here. Crazy. Crazy times we're living in.
This is what happens when you bring in people from the Bev's crew. You get like pointless waste of time discussing nothing. This is like nothingness.
I didn't bring them in. They just.
Oh, they just popped up. Sorry, sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
They
I
pop.
didn't.
This is
I
what
didn't
happens when Bev is here.
bring you in. I didn't. I didn't bring anybody in. They just.
Yeah. I said I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I said like this is what happened when Bev is in like certain places. It's just pointless, meaningless. This is why his server. I was on his server sometimes. It's just completely dead because it's one of the most wasteful time you can spend on a place. You can just sit there and just argue over the definition of the word for like several days,
Excellent.
and in the end, you get banned.
That sounds like something good to listen to while I fall asleep.
Yeah, I agree. It's a waste of time.
Well, can you get it started? I need some bedtime sounds.
I can read like maybe from a dictionary, read 100 different definition of the word flat. This is
Ah,
basically my argument with Sarugaki the last day.
I'm ready to listen in.
Now I'm a child abuser. Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit much. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, that seems pretty weird, just saying something that out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't agree with any comments like that.
Can I ask you guys what you guys do for a living? Hello?
That's a bit random. What's the relevance of that question?
Huh?
What? Why is that important for anything? What one does for a living? I'm
I
just
just
curious.
wanted to have it as like a conversation starter.
What happened to, I don't know, weather, stuff like that, without getting personal?
Oh yeah. I mean, if I mean, I find personally, I find talking about the weather kind of boring. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of small talk myself.
And what's the relevance one does now in the present? Maybe they've had another job in the past, so
Yeah,
I
like
don't see the relevance
maybe
at
somebody is
all.
working on something interesting. Some people are like having some interesting job. I feel like there are so many like there's feel like there is many people who work with like computer science on Discord. Maybe not on this room channel, but like on other channels on Discord. It's a lot of people working in computer science.
You mean coding and stuff?
Yeah.
Like a broad term, computer science?
Yes. Like primarily people who work with like some IT stuff. The reason why I also want to talk with people who have different profession is because if I talk to people about the same thing I do, it feel a little bit like work, you know. Like I don't want to discuss work on Discord with random people. I would rather talk about something else. But I have to say, I was also an electrician back in the day. So I'm not just like a academic guy. I also did handiwork. Question for the room. The logo I sent, the emoticon I'm posting, isn't that the most passive-aggressive icon you have seen?
Emoticons.
Yeah, the shrugging emoticon.
Who sent it?
Well, I typically never see people use this, but people from Bev's crew, they use it all the time. It's one of the most, for me at least, it's one of the most passive-aggressive emoticon that exist. Yeah, it is. Like you're saying, like, well, I'm not saying you are a piece of shit. I'm just telling it how it is, and then you add shrugging, and it's like then it's like you're saying he's a piece of shit, but you're not saying it directly. You're just implying it, and then you're shrugging like, I don't know. I'm just telling it how it is. Like it's just so fucking. It's such a like I don't know what to say. It's a very annoying. It feels like, you know, in high school, the kid in class who like acts like he doesn't care about anything. I don't care. I don't care about anything. You could do whatever you want to, and then they just shrugs off everything. It's just a very immature response. In like, if you want to have like a honest, like mature debate or discussion or whatever, it's just one of the most sincere. Like way of communicating with somebody else. Like you're saying, like, I'm just gonna tell you that you're wrong, but I'm not willing to say it directly to your face. I'm just gonna imply it a little bit, and then I'm gonna shrug off any response because I don't care. Like how annoying isn't that when somebody's doing that?
So it works then, right?
Yes, it is. It is very. But I know that they do this. I know that Bev people do this all the time. He stopped doing it now, probably because I pointed it out. But they do. I don't know if they do it on purpose, but I have this meme for a reason. I'm gonna post this meme. I can delete it if you guys don't want me to have it up here. But this is something I have from many years ago, because they do the same thing today. Many years later, like the people and the people from the Bevs people, they all do the same shit, and they use this fucking emoticon all the time when they make every single argument.
Well, so would you say you don't have any issue with any of Bev's or the people who go there, their arguments? You have more of a problem with their method of argumentation?
Well, their arguments are typically just semantical anyway, so it's very boring anyway, right? But for me, at least, it's like that. But the thing is, they'll try to phrase it in a way so that they won't say it's semantical, right? I'm not saying it's not semantical. All I'm doing is I'm pointing out that there is a illogical problem with your definition of the word. And that's like, well, that is actually semantical, you know? Like, it's actually, you're just having an issue with my definition of the word. So, and then they'll add the shrugging word because they don't want to say something very directly, rather than having like an honest discussion with somebody by exposing yourself. Like you're exposing yourself when you make claims, hard claims. It's very like you could say it's very vulnerable. Like when I say I think the Earth is a globe, it's kind of like vulnerable because then you have to like support that claim 100%, because you think so, right? But if you don't say anything like that, you can just shrug it off and say, well, I didn't say that. I didn't imply that. I didn't like this or that. You can just kind of like, you don't have to like 100% stand by everything you say. If you kind of like say it, you're just implying it vaguely. It's like politicians, they are experts in this kind of talk. They never say something very concrete. They just use like vague, ambiguous word on purpose so that they can dismiss everything if they are wrong in the future. They use like words like
Right.
well, it's what do you feel about all these people who died? And they'll say, well, it's unfortunate. They'll just say that. They will never say we're gonna get these guys or something like that. Maybe they say it sometimes, but like they will use very vague words on purpose so that they don't. That it's much better like rhetorically if you're going to be like a politician, so that nobody can get you on anything.
Right. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Would you say that the mirrors at LIGO are hanging vertically?
Sorry, what did you say?
Would you say that the mirrors at LIGO are hanging vertically?
I don't know if. Sorry, I don't know what mirrors you are talking about.
Okay, so do you know what LIGO is?
Yes, I know what LIGO is.
Right, and do you know how it works?
Yeah, like there are there's like lasers who's like firing, and they have like it's just oscillating, and they measuring the oscillation, and they can determine if there's like contraction and stuff like that.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Gary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna real quick jump in here real quick.
Why?
So what are your views right now?
Well, my view is that the mirrors at LIGO are hanging vertically, right?
Okay. Okay, so
Right.
they're hanging vertically.
Yep.
Yeah. What
And
about it?
LIGO is straight, right? Perpendicular to those vertical. Correct?
Okay. Okay.
That's it.
Oh, you're not talking about the Earth?
No.
Oh,
This is I don't think they're hanging, but I don't think they're aligned. They are like aligned so that the light is going like horizontally, right? And then the mirrors are aligned in such a way that it reflects the light sideways, like 90 degrees from that. Not vertically. It's directing the light 90 degrees, also horizontally.
You're a very
Right.
wise man.
Yeah.
No, I just brought up. See the picture I posted.
All right. So the beam goes horizontally, perpendicular to the mirrors, right?
Yes. Not
Okay.
not yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's 45 degrees aligned to the light beam.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
Because Matthew Learn said something weird yesterday. He said, or the day before, he said that the tube was only horizontal in the middle,
Yeah.
but that it didn't tilt. But it
Yeah,
was
like
only horizontal in the middle.
yeah. The reason why that is the case is because this is why this is like evidence. This is like evidence for Glober, right? Because the tube, they are firing light, and we know that light goes in a straight line. At least like in a tube that we have like I'm not sure if it's vacuum, but maybe it is. At least we have control over the environment inside the tube, so that you don't have like refraction, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And that they have to build it, so it actually is. I think maybe it's like a few meters different in height between one end and the other end. That means like the tube has to literally shoot a little bit off into air in the end.
Okay. So is the tube a horizontal straight line?
Yes, it is a straight line. Like one part of it is horizontal, but since it's like one straight line, yeah. This is why it's best to not use word is it straight and horizontal, because like horizontal refers to, typically it refers to like a place which is perpendicular to the plumb, right? Because horizontal is like they are perpendicular to vertical, and vertical we say it's plumb basically. But if the plumb changes, right, and you make a straight line, then obviously that horizontal is a straight line. But if you define the horizontal a different place, it will not be the same, and therefore the tube is actually shooting off into air. And it's actually in the blueprints. And when they walk along the LIGO, the tube, there is like a step. There are steps in the somewhere, some places in between, where they have to walk down, right, one step, because you can't walk
down, right?
Yeah, like the tube.
And
You're walking
Is that a
like
vertical distance
you're.
down? Because you're kind of going on and on here. Is that vertically down?
Yes,
Perpendicular?
I will.
Right.
Yes, it's you have to, if you walk from one place to another, you're walking like down a step, but if you're walking the opposite way, obviously you have to go up a step. So it depends on from which place you're looking from, right?
Sorry for eavesdropping on the conversation. Could you just confirm that the mirrors are they're perpendicular? They're hanging perpendicular to the horizontal, are they?
No, they are just aligned. They are not. They are not. They are aligned so that they are upright, right? They are upright.
Vertical.
What does that mean, upright?
Yeah, like
Vertical,
they are
yeah,
vertical, right? They're vertical, right? So it reflects light that comes from like some horizontal plane.
So ricochet, you mean? Ricochet is the light back.
No, it doesn't reflect the light back. It reflects it into a sensor. So the mirrors are aligned 45 degrees.
Yeah, but it's a ricochet. Like a ricochet, bouncing it off one wall onto another.
Yes, kind of.
I
would call it reflection.
Well, if it's not perpendicular, they're not going to fire straight back in a straight line, are they?
No, they are like
ricochet.
Yeah, they're going straight forward, and then it's like a mirror in the end, and then it coming straight back, and then when it comes back again, I think they have they have the mirror that aligns it so that it goes into the sensor.
As it fire it straight back if they're not perpendicular anymore.
There are several mirrors, I believe. Yeah, you can see it in the drawing. I think that's better than me trying to explain it with words.
You explained it. You said they were perpendicular. The mirrors are perpendicular to the horizontal.
Yes, they are like, they have to be aligned upright.
Yeah,
if the light coming from the side, right? If you're going to reflect
it won't work otherwise. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to picture.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't work unless they were perpendicular to the horizontal.
Oh, if they were flat, then like the light is never going to hit.
Often, if they were tilted at an angle, it would ricochet off the wall or something. and they wouldn't get the light back to measure it, would they?
Yeah, it has to hit the flat side of the mirror.
Flat. So is that vertical flat you're talking about there?
No, I just mean, yeah, it is like vertical, but I'm saying like if the light is going to reflect, it needs to hit the flat side of the mirror. You can't like
Has to hit the flat perpendicular mirror that's perpendicular to the horizontal. Is that what you're saying? The flat vertical mirror.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said you said it was a flat vertical mirror that was perpendicular to the horizontal. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it is upright vertically, right? That's what I would say.
Flat upright. You sure? Yeah.
I don't think flat upright is a thing that we can say, but it's.
No, you signed flat to vertical there. I was just wanting to be sure that's what you said.
Yeah, I'm saying it's so that the light hits the flat side of the mirror. Like if you have hold a mirror in front of you, you have the flat side in front of it, the actual surface, and then you have the edges on the sides. If you're going to reflect something, then the light needs to hit the surface of the mirror. You can't hit the side of the mirror, right?
No, I understand. It has to be perpendicular.
That's all I meant.
Or if it's at an angle, as you said it was, then the light won't reflect the light straight back. It will bounce it off the wall or somewhere else. So it has to be perpendicular, even though you said it wasn't. The flat thing, I was just interested because it sort of rings this contradictive bell in my head that says that flat is synonymous with horizontal and level. So I was, it was just that thought in my mind that flat is vertical.
Yeah.
It's not a very useful word to use.
The word flat is very loaded on this server, so maybe I should use a different word.
Well, that's where you came into the argument, wasn't it? Because you were arguing in the chat about the definition of flat. And then it got lost somewhere in some semantics that you were chucking around, and then some emojis.
Yeah,
basically,
that's because I didn't want to argue anymore. I was bored.
Yeah, but what I saw was that you have a globe model that denies the flat model, but you need to define the flat model.
Yeah,
in order to rebut it. But you agreed it wasn't flat with the guy. You said it wasn't flat, and it wasn't flat.
Sorry. You asked me what shape do you think the Earth is? It's like an epistemic question, right? But the problem I have with Sarugaku is not that. It's basically what do we define this word to be? Like I can argue, I can make different arguments for or against flat models, but then I need to. Right. Then I need to define what flat is. Okay, so to be very precise, I would use the word flat is basically when the elevation reference for the elevation on that surface is a flat plane. That is very precise and it's not confusing. It can be mountains. It doesn't give a shit.
Or a vertical.
Vertical what?
Or a vertical flat plane, like you described with the mirror.
No, it's not like well,
so
I mean,
it's only flat when it's horizontal, or what?
No, sorry. By saying when I use the word elevation, reference for elevation, it's like when we use some kind of reference, it's like typically in relation to like plumb, right? The plumb line, and the plumb is like what is deciding when we stand upright. So it doesn't make any sense to say that the horizontal, like that it's vertical, but it's not plumb. You know, you understand what I mean?
I understand what
sorry,
you're trying to say, but you said flat. You're now relating flat to horizontal and the measurement on a vertical,
yeah.
measurement of a vertical. But you also described flat as being vertical.
I didn't. Well, to be fair, I didn't say horizontal though. I just said like.
Well, you are now talking about it as horizontal, but you also talked about it as being vertical.
It could be horizontal, right? But general, yes. But yes, it could be, right? But in
horizontal
general,
isn't vertical though.
No, because when we use the reference system, if we use it to some place where we walk up and down, right? When you go up in elevation, we are referring to that we have to go against where we're being pulled towards, right? So you can't like say
I'm just trying to get to your definition of flat. So horizontal is horizontal and not vertical, but flat can be horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, it can be.
Okay,
but in but to distinguish,
so it's not flat.
But to distinguish between, for the sake of distinguishing between a globe Earth and a flat Earth, I think it's enough to say the elevation reference of elevation is a flat plane, right? Because even if it's like horizontal, it's still different than a spherical reference, elevation reference, which is a globe. So those two are different. Even if you,
clear to me, you know, you've got a globe model.
Yeah.
And you say the Earth is not flat, and now you're trying to flat in order to rebut that it isn't that, and you bring two definitions for flat as being horizontal and vertical. So I'm a bit confused about how you can define anything and argue with people in chat about other things you call semantics, and it seems you don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I said like.
And I think you just said that somebody who said it wasn't flat was a flat earther, and that was all he argued about.
No, he was arguing. He was saying that I can't use the word flat because flat is like completely like when you look up the definition of flat, you'll find several things. But typically, what you'll find is like a definition of it is like a flat plane or something like that. There's no bumps, no irregularities, nothing, right?
He defined it. He defined it that when you said flat Earth, the two don't go together.
Yeah,
Earth
like
is the reality, and flat is your description of it. That's what his argument was.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna say he's using the term out of context.
No, you used that out of context. It was an oxymoron. He was pointing that out. And, so I didn't understand what your definition of flat was.
Yeah.
But then I
But then I explained it to him, and he still disagree, and that is idiotic to disagree with the definition.
Well, he said the Earth wasn't flat. You said the Earth wasn't flat. So flat Earth is an oxymoron. If you said the Earth isn't flat, and he said the Earth isn't flat, you both agreed.
Sorry, no. He is saying the Earth is flat using another definition than I am using. That's the problem.
He said the Earth's not flat.
But he is implying it as if he's saying it according to my definition of flat.
He didn't imply anything. He was directly speaking to you. There's no implication. It's clear.
Yeah, but he's saying he's saying he's using his own definition of flat into my explanation of flat.
No, he just said it wasn't flat. He didn't give a definition to it.
Yes, he did.
You're the one with the definition.
He did say yesterday. He did say it yesterday, right?
That's history, and I'm not there now. So
no, but he's still arguing the same thing.
I'm just trying to understand today. That's all we've got. This moment.
Oh.
That's it. Nothing else but this moment.
Yeah, I know. But like when he's saying the word flat, right? Like flat, it doesn't only refer to shapes and objects. It's also referred to a person can be flat. It means he has like no emotions, right? But we still can understand from context that the word can mean several things. It doesn't have to mean no words mean one thing. Like many
Your definition of flat is getting broader and broader and broader as time goes on.
No, I defined it pretty specifically. You just disagree with that definition for some reason. I don't understand.
I don't disagree with it. I'm just trying to define, understand what you think it is.
Yes, and I did define
you said it was horizontal. You were arguing about that, but then you said it was vertical also.
No. I said it could be both of them, right? But I said to distinguish between for the purpose and the context. Basically, the purpose. When I say the purpose, I mean the context. For the purpose of distinguishing between a globe Earth and a flat Earth, so you can have so you can be in like one or the other camp. Right, you can have like other. You could say how big is the flat? How big is the flat plane? Flat Earth and globe Earth camp.
You said it could be flat, could be vertical, but that had to be. It had to be clearly defined in LIGO.
It doesn't matter for this context.
It has to be, not could be.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter for this context, right?
Well, it does. This is the context I'm talking to you about.
No, the context is to distinguish between globe Earth and flat Earth. It doesn't matter, right? As long as it's a flat reference, elevation reference, right?
That's just the game. That's just the game. You've got to be on one team or the other. That's the game.
Yeah, no, it's not a game. It's so that I can it's so that I can understand what his position is.
If you understand the Earth is a globe, what are you doing here? Why do you need to argue it if you know it's true?
Because I like to be what you call. I like to be what you call it.
So you need to be clear in your definitions, then, huh?
I want to be what you called not competition, but like I want to be.
Not a sophist. No. Is that what you're trying not to be, or not to be seen as a sophist? You're trying to hide behind something.
No. I want to be challenged.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So flat is vertical and horizontal. The mirrors in LIGO are perpendicular to the horizontal, and they're flat and vertical. That's fine. We've defined that. I'm sure everybody heard you say that.
Yes, but like for the context, right? The context isn't the purpose of my definition isn't to determine whether flat is horizontal or vertical. It's to define what the shape of the elevation reference is. So I define it in two ways.
That's what you're referring to, horizontal.
And a flat earther, all flat earthers believe that the elevation, as far as I know, believe that the elevation reference is like a flat. It's a flat plane, like the mean sea level, right, over a flat Earth is a flat plane. In contrast to globe Earth, we believe that the elevation reference is a sphere.
No, you believe, not we.
Oh, globers, sorry.
It's only you here. Hey, I know, sorry, but you come with the globe. You're telling everybody else they have to define the Earth as this in your world, right, in order for you to say it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So now you want to create something that doesn't exist in order to rebut that it exists. It doesn't exist. A waste of time.
Well, so I define it
here, and your definition is that this model that we have to ascribe to is flat and horizontal. We now discover is also vertical and flat.
No, I didn't say it has. It is also
a bit of a contradiction, really.
No, sorry. You can't say it's also, right. You can't say that. I'm saying whether it's one or the other. Sorry. Repeat after me. Sorry. Whether it's one or the other doesn't matter.
After anybody.
No, sorry. I said
repeating after anybody.
Sorry, I said whether it's one or the other. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Because it's about your definition. And me drawing a picture in my mind of what you're trying to tell me, and me trying to work out whether you're telling me the truth, and I should follow your thinking.
No, it's not about truth.
Until some better information comes along.
It's not about truth or any. It's not an epistemic thing at all.
What are you doing here, then?
About truth.
What are you doing here apart from playing games if it's not about the truth?
I can argue about the epistemic part, but until then, we need to understand what the word flat means first.
That's where we are. So we know that now that flat is horizontal and vertical. Okay.
So then don't
Now
ask me what I'm doing here then, because like obviously we have to define the word if the disagreement is on the word flat, right?
You're the one telling us we've got to define it.
Yes, of course you have to.
Exist.
You can't. Obviously you have to, because I want to know what your position is. And you guys don't want to. Not you. I'm not going to say all of you, but this guy
in the chat told you his position anyway. He said he wasn't a flat earther.
Yes, but then he used his own definition of flat.
Well, whatever. You got your definition.
Yes, and why does he say? Why does it say? According to why does it say that my version of flat is wrong?
Because you think it has to do with the shape of the elevation reference. In reality, that's a point, main sea level. It's not a plane and it's not a sphere. So both of your definitions there are just wrong according to reality, because in reality it's a point.
Mean sea level is not a point.
Yes, it is. It's a mean. Do you know what mean means? Do you know what the word mean?
Yeah, it's an average of the sea level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a point on the vertical datum.
No, it's like are you saying like there's only one place where you have mean sea level, and then all the other places there are no sea levels?
Nope.
Okay. So then,
flat a minute ago as a measurement on the vertical. You said a little while ago. That's what he's referring to.
Why are you saying it's a point if it's not a point?
It is a point. Mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum, which elevations are referenced to.
Yeah, but what's the vertical datum? Is that
it's point? Vertical. Vertical. It's a distance.
Okay, but where is this point on the surface of the Earth?
It's the sea level. It's not the surface of the Earth. It's a vertical datum that you use to reference elevation changes of the land too.
Yeah, but like if I'm standing one place and if I'm standing another place, what am I referring to?
Yeah, then you're doing something crazy. You're only standing in one place at one time.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm standing on one place and then I'm looking up the datum, and then I'm standing in another place the next day and I'm looking up the datum.
Yeah, the datum is the same both days.
It's the same, like in three-dimensional space, it's the same spot?
The datum is a specific point, yes, it doesn't change.
Right where I am now, strangely enough, I'm right by the sea again. And we have 4.5 meter tides here, but there is a mean average point, regardless of whether it's low tide or high tide. That point is agreed as the average there.
I know, but that's for that space. That's for that place, right? But if you move another
place, would be something else. Yes, somebody might have 10 meter tides.
And if you take
in Holland, for example, the Netherlands have 4 different places where they measure, where they reference elevation to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Those are 4 different points.
But like, if you agree on like a datum, right? If you agree on a datum, if you agree on the reference,
a point,
right? And you take all these points together, what does it become?
You don't do that.
Why not?
Because they're different places.
I know, but you can still
add them together. In between. You can't survey across the ocean, for example. No, you cannot. Yes, it's impossible to link them together.
So you're saying it's like a problem, like it's an epistemic problem, but what if you could?
So are you saying
your point was that the reference... Hold on. Your point was that the reference is a plane or a sphere. I'm telling you it's neither. And any waffling beyond that point is worthless, because your point was about the reference being a shape, which is it's not. It's a point.
Okay. So I asked you a question, but you said you couldn't for practical reasons. Like it's hard to do, right? It's not feasible.
Practical. Yeah, you could go from one place to another. But
let's say we upgrade this.
Same, or if it's above or below. Yeah, you could do that. But they're different. They're all different.
Okay, but let's say you put all these dots together, right? You put all these dots because you said it's a dot.
When you say put together, what do you imagine that means?
It means you go to one place and you have a mean sea level at that place. A point, and then you move 1 meter to the side of it, and then you have another mean sea level, because it's a different point according to you.
Why would you need to put 2 measuring stations right next to each other?
That shouldn't be a question you need to ask. This is my example.
That seems ridiculous. Yeah.
Fine.
It's your example. That's why it's ridiculous. Okay, I get it.
I don't care. And then you do this, right? And then you do this over and over and over again, even if it's ridiculous. Let's say you do this over and over and over again. What does this become? What shape does it become?
They will all be individual points.
Yeah, but if you like interpolate between them, obviously.
How do you imagine? What do you imagine that to mean? Explain practically what you're doing.
You know what interpolation is?
Just explain practically what you're doing.
Okay, you have a dot, and then you have another dot, and you add 2 lines between them, and then you have another line, and you have another point, and then you add another line between that one, and then you have another point, or and then you add a line between those.
Yeah, between any 2 points is a straight line. Yeah, shortest distance.
Yeah, all these lines together. What does this become? Does it become a straight line, or does it become?
There will be a mishmash of many straight lines.
Yes, but are they the same straight line if you were to extend them?
There would be many different straight lines.
So are they curving?
No.
Are they straight?
Of course, straight lines are always straight.
I'm saying if you were to extend the line, are they the same?
Straight lines are straight no matter how long they are.
Yes, but like you have different point, right?
Many different points, many different straight lines.
Yes, many different straight line, but the different straight lines can be the same line, or
and
they
cannot be one line.
If it's one line, then it's one line.
If they are many different lines, then they are many different lines.
And that's the
question. Those two are mutually exclusive.
And that's my question here: are those straight line the same line, or are they?
Obviously, no. They are many different straight lines. What are you talking about?
Okay. So let's say I have a line between. Sorry, I'm gonna draw a paint here in Paint because it doesn't seem to get across.
What is your vision of the relationship between all of those separate lines? What is that?
And this is not the same line, A and B. And then you have
those are all points on a vertical, right?
Wait.
Right?
All of those different datum points that you measured and established before doing his thought experiment, yes, they are all points on a vertical datum.
So perpendicular to those would be a horizontal, right?
Yes.
It seems simple enough, right, Funk? I mean, a guy, whatever name you're going by now.
I can call me whatever. It doesn't matter. Let me see. Okay, so I posted the image, right?
Yeah, it's a tough question, isn't it?
No, I was making a drawing because I want to. You didn't understand my point, so it's no reason to discuss any further. Okay, so you see the line A and B, right?
Give me like 30 seconds. I'll tab over and look at what you're drawing.
Can you draw the axes that these points are on?
I see the lines.
I mean, I could draw axes, but it doesn't matter, actually.
I see the lines.
Okay.
And yeah, it does, because we're talking about vertical datum and horizontal.
Okay, so it doesn't matter for this purpose, but I can draw axes if you must have it.
A and B, they're sloping horizontals, are they, or just straight lines?
No, they're just straight lines. They're just straight lines.
Straight lines.
You can see that they are
Parallel to
straight
each
line,
other.
right? Yeah.
I
So
should draw
A
them,
and
yeah.
B, if you extend A and B, are they the same line? They are not on the same. They are not the same
No,
line.
they're different straight lines, obviously.
Yeah. Yes, because they're not. They
I
will never
already answered
intersect. They
this.
will never. They will never touch each other. They will never. Right. C and D, are they the same straight line if you were to extend
This
them?
is literally the question that I answered earlier. You
Yes,
have many different straight lines, excluding them from being the same straight line.
Okay, so C and D, are if you were to extend them, will they be the same line?
Jesus Christ. Do you want to get
Yes,
back to the mean sea level
Can you
being
just
a
answer
point
that, please?
and
Can you answer that, please? This
two
has
lines
nothing
that
to
aren't the same line are two different lines? Yes, this is obvious.
Sorry. Can you answer this question? If you were to extend C and D, will they be like mathematically like the same line?
If you draw them on the same horizontal, then yeah, they will
There's
extend
nothing
and
to do
become
with
the same.
nothing to do with the horizontal. This is just
Okay,
a
let me
math
change
question.
the wording. Are they in the same plane and they will actually be the same straight line once extended? Then yes, it will just be
in this
one
coordinate
straight line.
system, right? In this coordinate system, yeah, they will be the same straight line, right?
Two straight lines cannot share a common segment.
Yeah, so they will be like, for all practical purpose, they will be the same line.
Two
So
straight
there is
lines cannot share a common segment.
So there is a difference between A and B, which are, if you were to extend them, they are not the same, even though it's just a segment of of a line that could be like infinitely long if you were to extend them. They will never be the same line because they are not on the same. They do not follow like the same function. They're not the same function if you were to draw this on a coordinate system. C and D, however, they are the same line. Because they are, if you were to draw them in the coordinate system as a function, they would have like no slope, and they will call like y. Just imagine there is an axis there, and the C is at like 2. Then the function would be y equals 2, and they will have the same. It will be the same line, and that's my question.
Do these lines exist on a vertical plane?
Does A and
You're
B?
a waffler.
I want to get my point. This was all a build up to my point, which he never answered.
I'm going to call you Mr. Waffles.
Okay, I don't care. Like, can I get to my point?
Dude, do these
Sounds
points
like
and
that
lines?
sophistry I mentioned.
Okay.
Do these points and lines exist on a vertical plane? See, this is the issue. You got to tighten it up, dude. Okay, make your point simple.
Yeah, it's as simple as it gets. This is literally as simple as it gets.
Answer my simple question: do these points and lines exist on a vertical plane? Yes.
Oh, I don't have a vertical plane here.
Okay,
Do you see a
well, then
vertical
we're not
plane?
talking about reality then.
I'm not talking about reality. It's a mathematical question.
Right,
It's geometry.
I was talking about reality with the
and I am
reference to the elevation being measured on vertical datum, mean sea level, and all that. That's reality talk.
Yes, that's reality. But if your reality does not correspond to any geometrical concept, what's the point? You're just making stuff up. Like,
yes,
you have to agree
exactly.
on we have to agree on geometry. This what I'm discussing
There's
here
no disagreement about geometry. It stood on its own 2 legs for over 2,000 years. You're not going to come here and make up some disagreement.
Sorry, Sarugati, clearly there is a disagreement. If you can't answer the question whether these are the same lines or not, and you're not going to answer that, clearly there is a fucking problem here.
What do you imagine the problem to be?
Because I ask you, if C and D correspond to 2 of these segments in the datum line,
Two
right?
straight lines cannot share a common segment.
Okay.
That answers your questions. What's your point?
Are they the same function? Are they the same function if you were to draw this on the coordinate system?
I've answered your question 1,000,000 times. What's your point, though?
Are they the same function, yes or no?
Two straight lines cannot share a common segment, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so if you were to do this, would you say that if you were to extend these lines, are they the same function?
Can we get back to talking about reality and this?
I did. I literally asked you. I literally asked you about reality now. if you were to extend these dots, this datum line, those exist in reality. If you were to extend these lines, are they the same function?
The
Can you draw
datums are points, not lines.
line and show
Yeah,
us?
and I said the lines that are between them. Follow me, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, straight
There isn't.
lines will
Can
always
you-
be straight once extended.
I
They will
didn't
never
ask.
start bending.
I didn't ask whether they are. I didn't ask whether they are straight lines or not. Obviously, they are straight because I said they were straight. I said if you were to extend between all these different points, you have many line segments. They can either be like A and B. They cannot be the same function, or they can be like C and D. They can actually be the same function. Which are they? Are they like A or B, or are they like C and D?
If you imagine
Can you
that all
draw
the
the line
measuring
CD, the
stations,
extent?
I mean, if you imagine that all the measuring stations for mean sea level, you know, in different places in
Yeah.
the world, actually line up to a single straight line in reality, you must be deluded. I can't imagine you're actually asking that question.
Okay, so you're not. You don't think that the reference for elevation is a plane, flat plane.
No, I know it's a point. I don't think it's a plane. I don't think it's a sphere. I know it's a point.
I didn't talk about the points. I talked about.
No, I'm talking about the point. Mean sea level is a point. A mean on a vertical datum. It's a point.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that.
No, you're not talking about reality. I get it, but that's my
I'm talking
point.
about
Is that
reality.
in reality,
You agree. You
mean sea
literally
level
answered.
is a point on a vertical datum.
You answered my question. You understood everything I said earlier, and now you're saying it's not reality. Why can you answer the question earlier?
Not reality.
Why can you answer the fucking question
reality.
earlier? Why can you answer the question earlier when you're somehow like a confused buffoon about what I'm talking about now? Like you're just going back on what you said earlier. It's like I don't understand how you're fucking. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Are you proposing? I'm trying to picture. Are you proposing that all the mean average sea level points are horizontal with each other? The whole thing is horizontal. Is that what you're proposing?
Well, are you asking me what I believe it is, or what are you asking me?
Well, you're arguing that they all relate to each other somehow. It seems to me like you're trying to say that they all are the same wherever you go. And so,
no, I'm asking. I didn't propose it. I'm asking Sarugat. I'm trying to understand what his position is. He just doesn't want to answer it.
Mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum.
See here,
How
he's
hard
not
can
willing
it be to understand? You don't understand what a point on a vertical datum is. Then just say so out loud for everybody to know that you're having trouble with this.
I didn't say that it wasn't built up from individual points, did I? What did I say earlier in this example, right?
As a point. It is a point. It's referenced as a point. It's used practically as a point. It's not extrapolated into a plane or a sphere.
And nobody disagree what mean sea level is at one point. That's not the problem here. That's not what distinguishes a flat earther from a globe earther, my friend.
No, I'm talking about reality. I don't care about models.
I'm talking about
reality
always.
only.
I'm talking always about reality as well. Stop gaslighting me, you fucking piece of shit.
Then just agree. Mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum. That's reality.
Swear words coming in.
No, but he is literally gaslighting me. It's fucking rude.
No, but just tell me what's the relationship you're trying to draw between all these mean sea level points? What relationship are you trying to draw and paint a picture of? That they're all connected somehow?
Sorry. You were lagging. I didn't hear everything you said. You were lagging.
It's unfortunate, Erdeberg, yeah, but you are breaking up your microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
better now, yeah.
Okay, so you are relating these mean sea level points to each other somehow.
Yeah.
As if they're all on the same level, in which case, in my mind, that would make them all horizontal.
Yeah, it would.
But you're saying it's not that. Oh, so is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it is.
Sea level.
I don't think it is.
I already told about the whole where there are four different.
That was a question to me, right? I don't want Sarugatu to speak for me.
No, I wouldn't speak for you, sorry.
Yeah. So... Oh, you're breaking up again.
Yeah, you're...
I'm by the front lines.
Okay,
connection
so
isn't
the
all that
question
good
here
out there.
isn't what I think. The question is what somehow you're able to convey the idea that I made to Sarigatu to me. But somehow when I convey the idea back to Sarigatu again, he doesn't want to answer. He just say the datum is built up from points, which everybody agrees on
No,
anyway.
I didn't say that. I said the datum is a point. It's not built up from points. They aren't actually related together the way you are trying to imagine that they are. They aren't. It's just a point on a vertical datum.
Yeah, I guess we all have like one datum. I guess there is no.
In Holland, they have
No shape.
four separate vertical points. None of them
Obviously,
on the same horizontal level. They are 4 different ones. That's just in Holland. So if you were to relate all of these points together, they wouldn't be on the same horizontal plane. Already know that because in Holland there are 4 different datums on 4 different levels.
Sorry, yeah, I don't disagree that you have this datum, but and that also you can have disagreement about what the reference is, obviously, right?
It's a point. There's no disagreement. That's what it is in reality. There's no disagreement.
I don't disagree that there is a point, but when you move to a different place, the vertical is beyond the is below the person or above, depending on where you are in reference, right?
You will move the point along with you using tools so you can know whether or not whatever you're measuring is above or below that point of reference. Yes.
Yeah. And in 3-dimension, like, and when you add these dots together, right? The reason why we can do this is because you have like, maybe you have like a reference, right? But then you need to have something to point to a different place. And then use so that you use the previous one as a reference. But to do that, you need to know.
Just want to preface again, because I made the point earlier, but let me make the point again, that it is literally impossible to survey across the oceans. So linking all the different locations in the world where they measure mean sea level together is practically impossible. I just want to preface that.
That's fine, but you don't have to. This is not even a pure, because I'm not saying this. This doesn't have to be for the whole Earth. This could also be just do like a continent, and we have done that. We have surveyed continents, right? So it's not something that is unfeasible actually. We have done it actually.
Yeah,
so,
you could take lots of time and resources and effort and manpower to establish one and the same horizontal plane across the continent. It's potentially possible to do, yes.
But why are we arguing this if you think that...
no, I was just pointing out that in reality, mean sea level is a point. It's not a plane, it's not a sphere. That's all I was doing. You're somehow arguing for some reason. I don't know why, but that was my original point. We agree on that. It's not a plane, it's not a sphere. Done deal. That was my whole entire point.
Yeah,
nothing
but
more,
then
nothing less.
That's fine. But then you also you're not willing to answer the rest of the question, which I said by extending these lines, what kind of shape they form, and you're not willing to answer.
A mishmash of straight lines. I told you already.
It's not a mishmash. That's like a way of just fucking dismiss it.
What do you mean? There are points all over the place with straight lines in between. All over the place. It's a mishmash of straight lines. It's not a geometric shape. I can't give you like triangle because that's not what it is. Like I can't give you a geometric shape for it. It's a mishmash of straight lines. What do you expect?
It's not a mishmash. They actually have measured it. what shape it is. You just want to say it's I don't know why you want to say it's
all
a
the random straight
but
lines.
It sounds to me that you don't know if it's a flat or if it's a globe.
I know for a fact it's not flat and it's not a globe. But that's not the conversation.
How do you know that? You don't know what shape it is.
Elevation.
You don't even know that. You know less than that. You don't even know that it isn't that. Because you think it's just a mishmash.
Point.
That
all the different measuring stations over the world. Okay, hold on.
That word means nothing.
Hold on. All the different measuring stations over the world If you connect those up with straight lines, you would
Yeah.
have a mishmash of straight lines. That's actually a true answer.
Mishmash? That sounds very
You can't set
scientific.
a geometric shape to it. There are
Yeah.
many measuring stations. There will be
Yeah.
many different straight lines.
Yes, and what
You
shape
can't
does that
set.
form?
There is no geometric shape that you can give to it.
Where
It's a mishmash of straight
Why?
lines.
Why can't you do that?
where was the
I don't
where was the
understand.
It's not a
primary point?
geometric shape.
It
It's
is-
not a polygon. It's not a geometric solid. So there is no geometric name for it. It's a mishmash of straight lines.
It is. I don't understand what I can say to
No,
that. You're just
apparently
saying.
you don't understand
No,
what
I'm.
mean sea level is. I get it. But there is
understand what-
literally no
Where-
shape that you can
Can you
say
stop
that a mishmash
gaslighting
of
me?
straight
Can you stop
lines
fucking
is.
gaslighting me? Stop referring to the
where's the
spots,
primary
right?
point? Where's the
Hmm?
primary point where this started? Where the first position was measured, the first horizontal reference point was defined, and then or the mean sea level at that point. Where is that first place that then travelled out across whatever there is out there, wherever it is? So they all relate to this one point that you're talking about. So they all relate together. Where was that first started? Do you have somewhere I can search and read about it?
No, you just have to Google.
Yeah. What? So there is one.
I don't know. You just have
There
to
is
Google.
There's a. Well, it would have to be if they're all connected together, wouldn't they?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you wouldn't need different measuring stations
Just
all over
use,
the place if you just needed that one point, right? You could just reference all of the points in the world to that one point if that was the case.
Yeah.
But that's not practically done. They have measuring
Columbus, was it?
stations
I read
everywhere.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think they
it
measure
wasn't
according
Columbus,
to
so I know it
mean
wasn't
sea
him.
level, right? The
Was
only
it
way.
Magellan? Was it him?
No, sorry. When you use the mean sea level, right? I can go to North America and I can measure the mean sea level there, and I can go to a different world and I can measure mean sea level there. I don't need to connect them to those two to measure it.
North
I know what
America
mean-
and Canada actually uses the Great Lakes for their mean sea level.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're going inland, right? If you're going inland, you obviously don't have a sea level. So then you need to do this surveying and shit with theodolites or whatever.
Yeah, you were
Yeah, they're
referencing
called-
all the sea level, all the mean sea levels to one horizontal, but they're all connected
No.
together. Not
but
at different levels. There were a mishmash of horizontals.
No, but
Mm-hmm.
Which
The
is
mean
what
sea
And a
level-
Jackie was
mishmash of straight
explaining.
lines between them. Yeah, just like I said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
sorry.
And you would measure an elevation change then between those.
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry, when you have many
Yeah.
different, when you have mean sea level between like one place and one place, you have no idea whether it's how they are in reference to each other. You just have two mean sea levels.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was asking, because that's what it appeared you were
How
saying.
do you connect
that
them?
they all relate to each other.
Yeah, you can connect
on
them,
the
right?
same-
You
on the
connect them
same
with
plane.
you can connect them using like surveying, but somehow
On the
it's
same plane?
I mean, they could be in the same plane or not. I mean, that's
No,
what you
are they?
figure
You
out
said
if
could
you
be.
survey.
Could be again. Could
Right.
be. So, are they or could be?
Are you asking
You're
me
making a
what shape
claim
the
here
Earth
that
is?
they're connected. I'm just trying to paint a picture as I walk along the road here.
No, I mean,
Isn't that
what
sort
I
of-
think is not really. I don't understand why you're asking me every time. You're arguing for what Serengati was talking about, and then you're asking me what I think. I have told you explicitly what I think every
No,
time, all
I'm
the
just
time.
trying to. I'm just eavesdropping.
I don't see what's the
on the
relevance is.
conversation. I'm trying to paint a picture here in my head of what both of you are saying and thinking.
Yeah, and
that
what
makes
shape?
sense.
What?
No, that makes
And
sense.
I told you what shape the Earth is if you were to add all these reference points together.
Well, we haven't
I've
got to the
said-
shape.
I have explained it many times. I'm just trying to ask
you-
Sarugatu what he thinks
you
the shape is.
said-
But
You
his
said that
answer is
all
a
the
mishmash
mean
of mine,
sea level
so I don't know what
points.
to do with that.
You said that all the mean sea level points relate to each other, as if on the same plane. That's why I asked. Is that what you were proposing? Because you said it, nobody else did. And then you say, "Well, why are you asking me?" Well, because you said it.
Sorry, what?
Saragaki, he said that in Holland there's differing mean sea levels. form.
Yeah, you obviously
So
you need
he
to pick.
knows. Yeah, but he
Yeah.
knows in reality what the truth is where he is, or where he's experienced that. He knows that they're not the same. But you're proposing, so I have no argument with that.
No,
That point. So
is
there's no
something
point in
else.
arguing with
Right?
him. But you are drawing a picture for me that connects all those points as if they're on a horizontal plane, which would then defy your shape of spherical, because that's a long way for it to be a horizontal plane. So I'm not sure what you're arguing here. I'm just trying to be clear about, where it sits. Because,
Where it
it might
sits
be
is
important
that
to
I
my
think the
life.
Earth is the
If I
globe,
try to...
and Sarigatu thinks the world is a mishmash of lines.
No,
No, we're just
what the
talking about
fuck?
sea level. We're just talking about sea
Yeah.
level.
Oh,
I didn't
that's
hear
the
anything
best.
about
That's
shape.
the best. I'm sorry. I was conveying the best he knows, and he doesn't know. The best he knows is that these lines to form a mishmash of these
The
dots.
best you
If you
know
were to
is that
extend.
they could be. You don't. So they could be that.
Oh, I was
Yeah, they
using
are
that
that.
as I was using that as a hypothetical for asking like the question. If you were to
So
ask
is
me,
your
asking
so
my
is your...
position. Sorry, you have to distinguish between what my position is and what we are arguing, because what we are arguing is something else. Everybody knows what my position is.
Your
There's not a
position, as I
question.
heard it, was that all the sea level points relate to each other as if on the same horizontal plane. That's how I pictured it. Sarigaki has a different picture, and I'm just trying to, understand
Oh.
what is happening there.
Did I
in
say that
reality. But
all?
you
If you were to extend them, did
you
I
said
say?
could. You said it isn't. I asked you for a reference. You
Oh
said
my
Google
God.
it. But so you just
No,
said could.
you said
Could
I said
be.
I said Google it for. You have to fucking get your point straight, because I didn't say that. You asked
Yeah,
me
you said Google the first
what is
primary reference point.
what is
That's
the
what you said.
first what is the first reference points, as if there was
Yeah.
like some first time they did it, and I said I
Yeah,
have no
I
idea.
understand what
Google
you're
it.
saying. That I imagine logically.
Whether somebody did it the first time or not. I'm not like
Hang on.
I'm not some kind
No,
of
yeah.
like library for this,
Sorry.
right?
No, listen. This is just my logical thought. I could be wrong. But logically, if they're all connected together, and they were across the globe, the Earth, the sphere, the flat bit, whatever you want to bring into the argument, then I would imagine that they would refer to one point, and they started from that point, and then they mapped it out from there. Because how could you go from Canada to Europe?
No, I think they use the mean sea level
from
as a
Canada
reference.
to Europe. Yeah,
No, they use the mean sea level, right?
Sarigaki has said, Sarigaki has reported in his experience they're at different levels, different points, and you agree to that they are.
I mean, I don't know about Nucin specifically, but obviously you have to refer to the same same principle, right? If you're going to say, well, it's when the water is at its lowest, right? And then another one uses mean sea level, and another one uses when the the tides are at the highest, right? You obviously that's not the same. I know, but that's obviously what you have to do.
I'm just trusting what Sarigaki says, unless he says something crazy illogical. Then I might say, "Hang on, man, what do you mean?" So I understand what he's saying, but you said it could be that they're all on the same horizontal plane, or it could be that there's multiple different positions, elevations. So that's not very definitive. It's like the flat being horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, but
it's
like, but that is like asking. That is like it's actually like an ontological question, right? You're asking whether actually is the level like are there several vertical levels in reality, or is there just one, right?
You know what?
But
I never thought about it till you told me. Whoa! I never thought about it till you told me that. I don't have to. Now I'm thinking about it. I didn't think about it when I got up this morning, that all mean sea levels are on the same plane. I didn't think that.
Yeah, that is literally the description of flat Earth. That is literally the description of flat Earth.
So then you agree that's not the case.
Are you suggesting it is? Yeah.
Yeah, you must agree then that if that's the description of flat Earth, then the Earth is not flat then. Because that's not reality. In reality, like in Holland, there are 4 different datums, all on different levels. So that
That's not
disproves
flat.
your description
those-
of flat Earth, then,
sorry.
doesn't it? So when I say
Sorry.
that it's an oxymoron, you actually
Yeah.
agree with me.
Why
Well,
are
it goes
there
back
four
to the
different?
first
Sorry,
question.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Why are there four different mean sea level? Is that because
There are
they
four
are
different
actually?
bodies of water.
Is that because when people go around along the landscape, they are at four different heights at the same time?
There are four different bodies of water.
Four different seas?
Four different bodies of water. Do with that what you will.
What is the bodies of water? Is that a sea or is
Google
that?
it.
There are no ocean in Netherlands. Netherlands is land.
Google it.
I know, but like I'm trying to. You
Yeah,
seem to
Google
understand.
it.
Well, we're back to the same place where I started.
I have to
So
explain
you
your
have a
point,
globe
by
model.
the way. Now.
Hang on. We're back to the same place we started. That you have a globe model. You're describing a flat model. That has to be, and we have to agree that it's as you say it is, in order for you to debunk that it actually exists when you said it doesn't exist. And you have tried to put, you changed my reality today, because I woke up this morning with something in my mind and a reality about my experience, and now you've put something else in there.
Yeah.
And now I have to find out for myself, either say this guy's just talking rubbish, or I have to consider it. I'm not here just to dunk on you, I just want to consider it.
Yeah.
And logically, it doesn't make sense. So, now I've got, I'm trying to picture it. And now, I might just throw it in the junk pile and go,
yeah,
let's waste it out.
So,
I didn't learn anything there. You're just telling me that I must think what you think in order for you to tell me that I'm wrong for thinking it.
Yeah. So when we are referring,
the Earth is flat, but it's not flat. You're telling me this is flat. The Earth is flat. It's got to be this shape of flat, and now I can tell you it's not that.
So can I respond to the Netherlands thing? So there's like a difference between you. Yeah, I'm trying to respond to something that was said like 5 minutes ago. I haven't been able to speak on it. So when you talk about the reference system, right? You're referring to that is kind of like it could be like arbitrary, right? We could also say elevation 0 meters above 0 meters could be like 30 meters below mean sea level, right? It's no problem with that. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Brothers.
A point on the vertical datum.
Right?
Yeah, you could measure
you could do
your
that.
own height.
You could also say we say 0. So that means when you are like at sea level, that means you are 30. You're at 30 meters. You could also say you could pick any reference, right?
No, it means you're at zero.
But in reality, take your way around the facts. That's also possible.
But in reality, right? You are at one place only, right? The important thing is that
sea level.
And yes, and the only important thing is that you're referring to the same thing. And you're saying there are 4 different mean sea levels in Netherlands. But there are
countless more across the world. Yes.
Yes. What is your point, Funk? Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God
when you're
damn.
saying there are 4 different sea levels, does that mean that you are? Does that mean? Sorry. This is why I haven't been able to talk about the fucking point. So when there are 4 different heights, that doesn't mean that the person is at 4 different heights at the same time. The only important thing is that obviously, right? You have to pick the same reference if you're going to refer to the same thing. You can't pick 4 at the same time. So you pick the one that is the same. So you're saying there are 4 references, as if I don't know why you're trying to imply with that.
I'm simply stating that they're on different levels, aka not the same horizontal. That's all I'm saying.
So are you saying that there are 4 different heights?
Yes.
How can a person be at 4 different heights at the same time?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are literally 4 different, separate, not the same, 4 separate, different points.
Reference
on different
points,
levels.
Yeah. But you pick the one as long as you pick the same one. That isn't like obviously. As I said earlier, you could pick different reference point. that's not gonna conclude. Obviously, you can't use
not
that.
Gonna be,
right?
It's not going to be on the same plane as mine is. It's not going to be on the same horizontal plane as mine is.
You have to pick the same reference for it to make sense, right? You can just pick arbitrary. Like I'm just going to make up my own reference and use it in the
how big
same
the
model.
area you want the survey is. Okay, that's it. Can we move on now?
I don't understand. I don't know if Sarugatu has like conceded anything yet. I don't understand what his point is.
There's nothing to concede, you know. Unless we lay down and we agree that the Earth is actually.
Was it empty air?
We can talk. As long as we lay down and agree that the Earth is exactly as you say it must be, the flat Earth, before we can continue, we have to agree with your definition of it in order to continue. But you say it doesn't exist.
You have to agree on a definition.
You want to plant this picture in my mind that doesn't exist to then tell me it doesn't exist.
You have to agree
just so
on
you have an argument.
You have to agree on a definition that is fulfilling to like describe in whatever context we are trying to use the definition in, right? That's what all I'm saying. If you're like using a definition,
You spent a long time doing a bad job of it.
I think I explained it very well. But when the answer is...
We'd all be with you. So.
I mean, you explained it back to me pretty good, right? But somehow it doesn't get across to Sarugaki.
So you're saying that all mean sea levels, the points of the mean sea levels are all on the same horizontal plane. That's what you're proposing. That's what I asked before.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yeah, you're fucking waffling, dude. Just answer direct questions. Stop waffling. Just tighten it up. Come on, man. Oh, by the way, are there any new people in here who would like to talk?
Well, I guess they're going to start the mute game, so I'll be off.
Bye.
Bye.
Holy shit. I mean, just YouTube it. YouTube how to survey. How surveying is done. It's like 15 minutes, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that was the problem for Silly. Sorry. It seemed like the point wasn't getting across. Like I was making a very simple. I was fucking drawing a diagram with 4 lines on it. How simple can it get?
Okay. What was the point of doing that?
It was to understand what kind of shape between the points Sarugaku was ascribing to. He was thinking, but he didn't. He said it was just a bunch of lines going in all directions, or mishmash of lines.
Right.
So it basically say nothing, right? It just. I don't know what to call that even. It's just nothing.
All those points exist on a vertical axis, right?
Yep.
On the vertical axis?
Yep.
What do you mean? Yes, you can draw a vertical axis. I can draw a coordinate system with an axis that is vertical.
Right, that's how they exist. They are points on a vertical datum. Right?
Yeah, you could put them into a datum, right? Yeah. This is like the reason why I did this way, right? It's because I want to go to the basics first, because he didn't even I was trying to say is the same line the same line, and he didn't want to say that, right? That's the problem. And I have to go back to like basic math for it to explain it. So this is like I had to go more fundamental, much more fundamental than talking about datum lines and stuff like that. Datums and things like that.
No, that's very simple. Okay, so imagine a straight line up and down. When you measure elevations, you pick a point on that line and you measure up or down from that.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
agree.
sea level is. That's it.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
And I don't disagree with that. I just wanted to go further than that, beyond that, right? Beyond that.
Yeah,
to have
I understand.
Because that's the same. By simply stating that, you have no idea what shape the Earth is.
Right, exactly. That's Saragaki's point.
Yeah, but then, so therefore, to determine what shape the Earth is, you have to make more of this point and add them together.
You
But then,
can't.
yes, you can.
I
That's what's
explained
called.
why
That's what
you
surveying
can't
is.
too.
That is
You were just
No,
saying
surveying.
you
mission
cannot
edge.
survey the oceans, bro. It's impossible to survey the ocean. Don't lie to people.
You can survey the ocean, and you can also survey
No,
land.
you can't survey the ocean. Holy shit, you didn't say that out loud. Everybody heard you, bro.
Do you think anybody surveys the ocean?
I think they don't do it today, right? We have GPS and all that kind of stuff.
And a GPS uses Cartesian coordinates, right?
Yeah, XYZ, yes.
All right. I was just checking.
I mean, you can get them back in many different coordinate system, whatever you want to. You can get them back in like longitude, latitude. You can get them back in XYZ if you want to. You can get them back in different. They give many different coordinate systems.
Right. So the Z there would be vertical, right? XYZ.
I don't know actually. Maybe.
Okay.
With the XYZ, like it's strictly arbitrary and by convention, but you just pick one of them, say the Z, call that the vertical, and so then you know that the XY in this case would be the horizontal.
Right. Oh, by the way, Funk, let's say you were surveying, right? And you shot a horizontal from your instrument. Now, and you were using a measuring rod.
Yeah.
Would you want to make sure that the measuring rod was perpendicular to that sight line?
Yeah, I would put it up and down, yes.
Right, okay. Because there's some people who like to say that they're surveyors. They say that it doesn't have to be perpendicular to the sight line.
Yeah, because when you say sight line, it's confusing. Because are you saying from the total station to the rod, it has to be perpendicular?
I bet it's very confusing to someone who doesn't know how surveying works. Yeah.
Well, I'm a land surveyor.
I don't think that I would if I go to like just intuitively guess, I would guess it doesn't matter, right? It's not so important if it's exactly straight up and down. It just obvious, right?
So we have two non-surveyors. Okay.
Good
I think Duncan Darth
I'm a
was
land
surveyor,
surveyor.
right?
I am a land surveyor. Now, when
Yeah.
you say perpendicular to the sight line, I'm confused what you mean by sight line. Are you talking about where the total machine is compared to the rod?
Right. From your sight line.
Right. So if you have a rod that's 20 feet above the total station because of, it's on a hill, then it's no longer perpendicular to the total station. Therefore, it is not perpendicular.
So you wouldn't use it. I'm talking when you have an auto
Of course
level.
you would.
If you can't see it, then
You
why
can
would you
see
use it?
It's just on top of a hill. So
Okay, so if you could see
you're looking up at it at an angle, which means it's not perpendicular.
Yes, it is. It's vertical, perpendicular to your sight line. Horizontal, correct?
What do you mean by sight line?
The horizontal projected out from your instrument.
The horizontal projected. So yeah, if my machine is looking up at the rod at a certain angle, it is no longer perpendicular to the machine, not perpendicular to the sight line.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When you do land surveying, what kind of like area is that expanding over? When you say land surveying, is that like over large area? Is there like building surveying?
Yeah,
Like
I
for
mostly
buildings?
do title. I mostly do title work for buildings.
Title work? What does that?
Title work is so like a title company hires us, and so we need to determine the boundaries, the height of the building, the property line, set corners.
Has there any time been like such a large area you have to survey, such that you have to take into account like Earth curvature or something like that?
Anytime we use GPS, actually, anytime you do any type of surveying, it counts for the curvature because there's a correction. When you do assume coordinates, it has its the curvature calculator. But when you also do the GPS, there's also a curvature calculator. There's always a curvature
Now,
correction.
when you say Earth curvature, you mean elevations, right?
No, I mean that's not what I mean.
Well, what exactly is curving then? If
The
it's
Earth.
not that, right? So you would measure that along a vertical axis, right? Up and down.
You measure everything on the vertical axis. What are you talking about?
Right, up and down from a horizontal, right?
Yes, that's what vertical means.
Right, that is curvature of the Earth, right? So what curvature are you talking about?
Well, it could just be a curvature of a hill. What do you mean?
Exactly. That's all you measure, right? Is elevations, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you're like having to
what
take into account curvature of Earth, that means basically if you were to point like the laser quote unquote straight, right? Like let's say you want to determine like some kind
horizontal?
of elevation far away from where you are, right? And you want that to be the same elevation, it actually be a little bit lower than where if you were to draw like a horizontal from where you are right now, right?
Lower?
Dunkindarf?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. And
Maybe
the way the curvature it's programmed into that's how we calculate. That's how it's corrected. It's programmed into the data collector.
But is that kind of what kind of instrument is that? What they call like a total station or something, or is it like simpler than that?
And I actually had to put in the temperature. I had to put in the temperature so it can account for refraction as well.
Oh, interesting. I guess like it makes sense because like these kind of things are like static calculations that you do every time. It's kind of like pointless to having to do that manually all the time. But I guess I'm not gonna like obviously Flat Earther will have to defend themselves, but I guess like this is used as some kind of like argument that it's like not magical, but like obviously stuff happens under the hood that we don't notice, right? But for it to be fully accepted on this server, I guess it would be better if people actually did this manually.
Well, that's why I want to know, like, when you say curvature, okay, so you have your elevation changes, then what? What curvature?
Then what?
What curvature is added to that?
The exact formula you want?
No, how
the
what
program code? The Earth's curvature.
But you just measured it in the form of an elevation change. So what curvature are you referring to?
That's not.
So the curvature of what then?
Of the Earth.
No, but you just measured it, right? So why would you need to add it in again?
I don't think he measured it. I think he assumes he assumes that there is a curvature there. So to
Right.
determine the actual elevation, right? But let's say he didn't add in the corrections for curvature, right? Then the elevation would be wrong.
Would that be a curvature up or down? Would that be a curvature up or down?
I mean, there would be a slope in any way, right? There would be a slope.
Down or up?
Probably up, I would guess.
Up, so not a drop then, right?
I mean, it depends. Are you on which side? Are you standing at the bottom of the slope or at the top of the slope?
Well, see, I thought we already talked that after you measure the hill, that's it. That's the curvature, right?
Yeah, can I get this straight just to clarify? Funk,
Yeah, go
you're
ahead.
saying that after the measurements are done, if you don't add something to them that wasn't in the measurement, then the measurements are wrong somehow.
No, that is what Duncan Darf said. If he corrects for curvature.
Duncan Darf, yeah, that's a bad position, don't you think?
He's a
Because
slant
what you
surveyor.
measure is just what you measure, right? A measurement's a measurement, right?
Yeah, but I think these instruments are advanced, so they have like GPS and calculations and shit that it accounts for when you're pointing it.
Yeah, but a measurement is a measurement. It's not wrong just because you didn't add some fancy mathematics to the measurement. The measurement is the measurement.
Yes, but I think if you're going to know the same elevation, right, and if you didn't take this into account, your elevation would be not on the same as you are. Because that's what the point of this.
What did you just say? What's that mean? What you just said? I think you need to clarify that sentence.
If you want to know, like, if you want to like establish, like, kind of like some kind of building has to be built on the same elevation, then if that elevation reference is like curving, then obviously you have to take it into account, else you're gonna not be on that same reference.
Yeah, building, sites for buildings, they level the ground so that they can build the building on it properly without any problems.
And that's what Duncan Darf is talking about now, and it does take into account curvature, right?
Are you the surveyor, Funk?
Huh?
Are you the surveyor, Funk? Are you a surveyor?
Oh, sorry. You were. It was lagging.
Are you a surveyor?
No, but I have read a lot about it because of the flatter stuff. But I'm not.
You said you
You're lagging
referenced him. He was a surveyor. Let Duncan Darth. He's a surveyor, not you. Let him explain
I know.
it then.
Yeah, I know. I've referenced him many times, but he doesn't speak now. I don't know why.
Because I'm driving right now.
You're a surveyor.
Yes.
You explain about the curvature bit where you measured the curvature and you added it on, or where it was done.
Yeah, it's programmed into the data collector.
So wouldn't it be just easier to have like a? Yeah, but wouldn't it be easier just to have a sat nav? Climb up the hill, take your GPS position, and then have Google Earth and map it like that. There'd be no point having a theodolite if you could do it with GPS and the assumed curve of the Earth from Google Earth. Couldn't you do it that way?
No. Google Earth is not that accurate.
Your theodolite is. So, when you're mapping out the property,
Google Earth does not get down to a 100th of a foot. No, it doesn't.
Your property, and you're on maybe on the boundary, and the property's on a mountain, I guess, is it?
Sometimes.
And you set your theodolite up, and you establish a horizontal with your theodolite.
Do I establish a horizontal with my theodolite? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Where are you measuring from? You said the top of the total station. You said it's measured from, but that's not.
No, I didn't
the
say
horizontal. Well, that's what you said. You pointed it up at the stick at an angle, and you measured it from the total station.
Yes,
Where's the
there's
horizontal
a vertical
in the first place you're measuring it off? Is the total station the horizontal?
Is the total station the horizontal? No.
So where do you measure that elevation change off of?
So, for
Which
example, here,
horizontal?
like the horizontal is the elevation. The elevation, even though it's 20 feet and it's 20 feet at another point, there's still a curvature between those 2 points because the Earth is curved.
Elevation from what?
From any 2 points.
What 2 points?
Any 2 points.
Where did you measure it from then? Where's this horizontal that you measure this elevation change from in order to put it down in your book? That the property raises in elevation,
right?
20
so
feet, 30 feet over 100 meters.
You get your GPS out. It connects to a base station, and then also to satellites. And by knowing the distance from the base station to the GPS rover, and also the satellite positions, that's how it determines the elevation. Now you have your elevation. Huh? Go ahead.
Why couldn't you do that with a sat nav, with your GPS position then?
Because it's not that accurate.
How do you know the same GPS you're using for the total station is accurate? How do you know that?
Because it's getting cross-referenced with up to 12 to 20 satellites.
So what establishes the horizontal that it's measured off then? What does that? A satellite?
What do you mean the horizontal it's measured off of?
The elevation change, that you pointed your theodolite up at the stick, and you've measured an elevation change from the total station.
So once the actual elevation is determined by the GPS, you set up your total station, you measure the height of that total station, and then you have the height of the rod. You put that into the data collector, and then it looks at it and it gives you the vertical angle that you're looking at the thing. And by knowing the height of the rod and the height of the instrument, it knows the elevation on the point that the rod is on.
The total station can be just at any angle or position then?
No, the total station is a piece of equipment. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's leaning like 5 degrees, is that okay?
You broke up.
If it's leaning, say, 5 degrees from plumb, I mean, is that... Yeah.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You set up the total station and you make it as level as possible. Nothing's going to be perfectly level. You're going to be off by a couple seconds. Whenever I set up my total station, I get it within about 15 seconds of level. Now the total with adjustments. So the legs adjust, and then there's an adjustment that the total station sits on. There's transit legs. You adjust those to be as level as possible. You put the transit on top of it. There's adjustments. There's dials on the total station to make that level. There's an internal level and there's a mechanical level bubble. The internal level bubble gets calibrated every couple months, along with the mechanical bubble. Now that you have the machine set up on a point and it's level, it can look up, it can look down, it can look left, right, and it knows the angle that it's looking up. By knowing the angle that it's looking up and the distance and the height of the rod and the height of the instrument, it knows the elevation on another point.
So the elevation change is measured off the data from the GPS of the satellite at that point. Is that what you're saying?
You broke up again.
So the elevation change is measured off the data from the satellite that says what it is at
No.
that point on the GPS.
No. So I take my GPS rod out. I GPS a nail in the road. I have another nail in the road. I GPS that point. I have to do 3 or 4 GPS shots. Then I can set up my total station. I set up on the nail. I backside the other nail. I get a backside error. Only a certain amount is allotted. Where if it doesn't check out, I have to check into another point. To the backside checks
So
out.
that's your horizontal. That was
What's
the
my
horizontal.
horizontal?
The points you put in the road, the 3 points, and you backsighted to those, didn't you?
Yes, I do a backside so the machine knows where it is.
In order to get a horizontal.
What do you mean in order to get a horizontal? I don't. This is the thing. Like, it's like when someone doesn't
where the elevation change is measured from.
It's like when someone doesn't understand a topic and then they ask a question that makes absolutely no sense to the person that knows what they're talking about. That's what you're kind of doing.
No, that's fine. I don't understand. That's why I'm asking the questions. I'm trying to understand where the elevation is measured from.
I just told you the GPS.
You said it was curved.
The GPS.
Yeah, but you know, horizontal is horizontal, and perpendiculars to that are vertical.
Horizontal.
Yeah, and all perpendiculars to that horizontal are
it's like
parallel.
the most meaningless sentence that exists. Earth is Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm imagining that you must have to have a curved horizontal to measure this elevation change from in the first place.
No, a curved horizontal, right, Duncan? It's always a straight one. Tell him. You're the surveyor.
I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's GPS or you had to establish it with the instrument, but somewhere you're measuring your elevation off a curved horizontal. That's what I'm trying to imagine. Whether I understand it or not, I have the right words in the right positions. That's what I'm trying to picture.
It's a little bit like
Horizontal's not curved, is it? Come on,
I don't
Duncan. Tell him.
Interject. Okay. I feel like this is a little bit like I was talking about earlier, where you have a horizontal that is determined from a point. So you extend the line from that point. And if you go to another place, you can also do the same thing.
But
that doesn't mean that they are
established in reality.
Yeah, there you go. Like, this is why this is so confusing. Like,
use 2 points to establish the horizontal.
What you just said.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
that's weird.
I mean, it's very simple. Like, horizontal is like established from a plumb, isn't it?
No, you use a level.
Yeah, but a level is a plumb.
You don't use a plumb line
level
to
is
establish
level.
horizontal.
Yeah, but
do you?
Level is perpendicular to a plumb.
Yes.
Yeah, so you use a plumb.
No,
or a
you
level.
use a
the same
level.
thing. It's the same thing.
No, a plumb establishes vertical. A level establishes horizontal.
Yeah. Okay. Can you have level without plumb? Can you have plumb without level?
You can have a level and establish
They are the same thing.
Have not got a plumb bob. Yes, you can. Yes.
What? You can have a level without a plumb?
You could establish each independently of each other.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Are you saying is there any point where plumb is not perpendicular to level?
No.
Okay,
no
so then you have both.
Means straight line.
Then you have both, right?
Right. You need 2 points each.
What
right?
about
2 points for a vertical, 2 points for a horizontal.
Same principle.
2
what
points.
about a water level between you and I?
That would be 2
What about
points.
a water level between you and I? I'm here at one end of the water level, water in the tube, and you're at the other end. And when the water is dead level, say, with the top of the tube, on my end and your end, we have established a horizontal. Would you agree?
I would, yeah.
Tough question, huh, guys?
I mean, that's what the tool is for. That's how it's used. That's what it does practically.
Yeah,
That's
it's not a
exactly what it is.
yeah, it's not a tough question for normal people. You know, just small groups of people on the internet.
I mean, I get lost with machines pointing up at angles and stuff. I can't hold it in my hand and sort of visualize that. You know, there's a lot of technology. Admit I'm new to some of this stuff, so I'm just trying to find my way and work out what the hell's going on. And so I will ask some questions about it. That might not make much sense. It's fine. You know, I'm not here trying to say it's got to be this way or the other way. But the water level I like because it's kind of practical. It's what it does. It has a certain physics about it that's undeniable, and that's just interesting.
Well, it sounds to me like they're just confirming that no one's measuring any curvature, but then asserting that there is curvature.
No, everyone measures
Exactly.
curvature in the form of elevation changes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's all that exists, right, Duncan?
I just
Not
posted some
saying that.
pictures in the side chat. So look at my data collector. The temperature, see how it accounts for the pressure, refraction, curvature correction, all that. And then,
Yeah.
if
What
you
does that mean?
also look, the second picture shows a horizontal angle, a vertical angle, and it's reading a distance.
Right.
And the vertical angle is 87.45 degrees. Guess what? That's not perpendicular.
How long did it take? How long did it take you to study to learn what you're doing there?
So I've been a crew chief for 6 years. I'm gonna go for my license in 8 years once I'm eligible to take the test.
You want to pop a picture in the chat and tell us to understand it, eh? What about if we had a water level, like I said to the other guy? Between you and I, we had a water level. And we said that when the water was flush with the top of the pipe at either end, that we'd established a horizontal. That would be that, wouldn't it? A horizontal between us.
What?
You know what a water level is? I thought you're a surveyor.
I'm trying
You know
to picture. I'm trying to picture what you're
let's
saying.
leave the technology because I haven't got 8 years to to go and learn this stuff to get what you're talking about, refraction, and to understand what's in that picture. I don't.
Okay.
All right. So if we had you know what a water level is.
I know what a level is.
You're a surveyor and you don't know what a water level is? Come on.
I know what a level is like for construction, like an 8-foot level where you're hanging up something on the wall.
A pipe, a tube with water in it.
A pipe with tube that has water in it.
Where over distance you can create a horizontal reference between one end and the other. So we have a pipe here, a tube, and it's full of water, and you've got the other end, however far away you are. And when the water is level with the top of your pipe and is level with mine, I would say that was horizontal. Those 2 points were horizontal. Would you agree with that or not?
I would also agree if they're not at the cell elevation. If you have a pipe going a certain distance, there's still a horizontal distance. Do you understand? You understand that there's a difference between horizontal and level? You know, there's a difference, right?
No, I'm talking about water and these points. You've got the pipe your end. I've got mine. The water's at the top of my pipe.
Okay.
The water's at the top of your pipe. We're on the phone. And I said, you got it there? Is it level? Is it at the top? And you said, no, it's flowing out. I said, raise it a bit. Raise it. Okay, you've got it? Right. It's stable. The water is just at the top of my pipe and the top of yours. Well, just a water pipe between you and I. And I would say that was horizontal because the water is at the same elevation at each end. Otherwise, it would flow. Would you agree?
So there's no caps on this water pipe. It just somehow stays in the tube magically.
No, well, we could have like a micrometer at each end to measure it exactly, but we're just doing this rough for the moment. We just do it rough.
What's keeping the water in the pipe?
Well, it depends whether it's higher or lower one end or the other.
Ooh, subject change. Nice. Very good sophistry there.
I'm just confused about his example.
Yeah, I
Well,
bet.
you know, I'm confused about your theodolite. All right, I haven't got 8 years to go and analyze what you put on the picture, because you could have got a picture from anywhere. And now I'm doubting you're a surveyor at all, because you don't know what a water level is. I'm not a surveyor, but I know what a water level is. And you're a surveyor. 8 years. How many more years have you got to do? Was it 8 and 6? That was 14 years. And you've never seen a water level before. Well, whatever you said.
You either don't know how to listen or you just don't understand. I said I have 6 years of I guess I said I have 6 years of experience, and you need to have 8 years to qualify for the test.
Okay, so 8 years. Okay, but I haven't got 8 years right now.
Does that mean I have 14 years of experience, or does it mean I have 6 years?
No,
of
you're
experience?
right. You're right. I can see that I misheard it. That's fine. 8 years, fine. Okay. You haven't got to, split the world over this. It's no big deal. I'm wrong. But we still got the water pipe.
And look,
let's just say roughly,
surveyor.
we won't have an exact micrometer measurement, but my pipe, at my end, the water is level with the top of the pipe, and at your end it is the same. And I would say that they were both at the same elevation, and we had established a horizontal between those
Either
2
that
points.
or it reaches equilibrium, like.
What do you mean equilibrium? What's that?
So, like, if you have, like, we could both have water not coming out each side because, like, I'm confused. I really don't get your point.
Yeah, as well. Yeah, I mean, if you as a surveyor are telling me that, I'm really confused. If you're confused, I'm really confused, because I'm not a surveyor. I just got water in a pipe. You know what I'm saying. I don't think you're that stupid, otherwise you better start back to your first... Huh?
Nothing.
Start back again at school at the first year. You've got to go. They always seem to go when I speak to you. What's going on?
Hey, just quickly, on the pictures that you posted, the curvature correction is a tick box, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's like optional.
Yes, it technically is optional. Because if you're doing a work in a very small area and you're not doing a topography, you don't need to account for the different elevations. Like certain types of surveys don't need that information.
So do they give you a guide on what distance you need to turn that curvature correction on? Or is it different factors than that?
I keep it on all my jobs.
Right, so when would you not use it then? Surely it should be used all the time if the curvature is always present.
Yeah,
why would it be
use
optional?
it all the time.
Yeah, so why is it optional?
I'm not really too sure.
Mm-hmm. Something to think about.
I think you need to go back to year 1 and start again. You missed something there. If you make a mistake in your calculation right at the beginning, it's always there. It's always added into the equations afterwards and the sums you make. So if 2 and 2 was 5 in the beginning, it's going to mess things up a little later on. You might have done that. Maybe you need to go back to year 1 or 2 when they covered that bit.
Right.
I guess it's maybe I'm just crazy, but couldn't we calculate how much curvature there is over?
Yeah, why can't you just answer Erdabear's Erded Bear's question.
What was his question directly?
You've got the end of the water pipe now.
Right.
Huh? Sorry.
2 points of
You've got
equal
a tube.
2 points of equal
Carry on.
elevation. Well, no, it's 2 points of equal elevation.
Yeah.
With a water level. Is that a horizontal plane? Would you agree? That was his
No.
question.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Because like the horizontal plane is only true at one place. The only thing you
It's
could
a
say.
Hey, Funk.
Yes.
Funk, is the water running out of the pipe your end?
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, we're fine.
Anyway.
We're fine. No, it wouldn't be no, of course it's horizontal, so we know that. That's what would tell you if it wasn't. The water would run out of your end or my end. If you're too high your end, the water's going to run out of my end. If I'm too high my end, it's going to run out of your end.
Yeah, but
if
like
it's exactly
it's the same.
we know that we are at the same elevation. That's what it is.
Well, it tells you
when
that
the
you are
water's
like.
running out of your end.
Tell me when you want your answer.
No, well, when the water's running out of your end, then we can talk about what's going on.
Well, it's
you said
when if they are at the same what do you call it? It's at the same potential.
Elevation.
What is the word for it? It's the same geodetic.
Yeah, what's the magic wizard word?
Sophistication. Is that what it is?
But you guys know how to calculate like potential energies, potential
regular
pressure, right?
Is that,
I am too. This is like basic physics, right?
Is that another
so if they are at the same potential, then they wouldn't be flowing out, right? It's only when there are different potentials. But that doesn't mean that. But that yes, they are, and they would be both for flat and for globe Earth. They are at the same potential, and if you use geodetic or whatever reference system you use for flat Earth, they would be.
There's a point. Hello, we went over.
We've got it already.
They would be the same thing, right?
Just a pipe with water in it.
To determine,
too complicated.
But you can't use like geodetic potential to figure out if that is curving or not curving by using a geodetic potential. You can't use the same thing to prove the same thing.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
Just know if the water's
you have to
flowing
use
out
something that is a reference for that, and for that we know that.
Wait a minute. For example, Funk, are you saying that if you're holding a water level between the two ears and it's level, you're saying that's not a horizontal?
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Dude, it's 2
because
points.
like if you go at one point, if you go to the one of the water, like if you go to one side of it, right, that's only a point. You don't know if that is horizontal. So what you determine, what you guys determine.
The other point.
Okay, tell me when I can
Those
finish.
2 points will be in the same plane, which is a horizontal plane.
Yes.
That's how you know.
The water is level.
I guess you don't want
in
my
the pipe.
explanation. Tell me when you want me to talk.
Well, you need to explain the water's level through the pipe at the same height on each end.
Try to explain
so
but I was cut off.
horizontal?
Can I please explain without getting
answer
cut
the
off?
question because you're not answering the question.
Dude, stop being so fucking rude, man. Like I was cut off by Sadugaki.
How is it not horizontal when the water is level and at the same height between two people?
Because if the when you determine the horizontal, right, you're doing that by standing at one end of the tube and you're pointing it with a laser sight or some kind of at the other side.
The water level.
No laser. Just water.
Just the water level, bro.
And that is the horizontal.
You're not answering the question. You're obfuscating on something else. This is why people are stopping you, because you're being deceptive. You're talking about something that isn't being spoken about. We're talking about a water level.
Yes,
I
know.
Water in it being level
and horizontal.
The water's level,
Yes, I agree. Water level is level. Obviously, it's a water
It's
level.
one
we have a
body of
horizontal then.
water.
So it's horizontal between the two then.
Yeah, that's the question I was trying to answer. You're saying no, and don't talk about that. But I'm talking about horizontal, right? A horizontal
The
to
water
establish
level.
a horizontal, right? You have to have a
water level.
plane or a line or
Water.
something that is
Yeah,
horizontal.
you have a line.
Water level.
Yeah, the water
Yeah.
in the
It's the
pipe.
Where
water
is
level,
when you're at one end of the water level? Where is that line pointing to?
to the
It's
other
pointing
point
to.
at
It's
the other
pointing.
end of
Other
the
end.
water level.
Yes,
The other
that's
end
what
of
I
the
said.
water
It's
level.
pointing to the other end of the water level.
That's
Literally.
horizontal.
Horizontal.
Yes,
Which is
and that's.
level, so
I
horizontal.
said that, and you guys disagreed.
No,
And you
you
said
You
disagreed.
disagreed. You said
You
it's not
said no, it's
horizontal.
not horizontal. What the fuck is going on? Are you joking?
no. I said this is what you guys are saying is horizontal, right?
It is
The line
horizontal. That's
In the
between
what the rule is
water,
for.
Yeah.
in the water level.
Yeah.
And you said no, that's not horizontal. Even though the water's level and going to the exact same height to the person on the other side, that's not horizontal.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, the reason I would say why not is to determine, like as you guys said earlier, right? Between 2 points, you will always have a straight line. If you just define it to be the horizontal, then of course there is no falsification of that. You have to have some
So
way
it's
to determine.
horizontal.
Right. There's no drop from one side to the other, is there?
No. And since
I
the
mean,
horizontal is a plane
sound
with
like you
no
guys
slope
have
in either
want to discuss
direction, where
together.
every point within the
Continue.
horizontal plane is at the same elevation, then it's pretty damn certain that the water level establishes the horizontal.
Yeah, you just contradicted yourself. You said no, it's not horizontal, and then next breath you said, yeah, you can't decide that it's horizontal. You're just double speaking. Sophist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's say there was some. I'm just gonna make an hypothetical. Don't say,
Of course you
but
are.
it's not
You're not
real.
going to address what's actually being spoken about.
Imaginometry.
Okay, then I guess this is what
It's
my point is. Like you
Ignoratio
guys
ignoring
can't
the topic.
speak.
You don't have a
You
point.
can't make. Like making
You
the
don't have
point
a
is
point.
like
You
the
have sophistry.
hypothetical, right? You make an hypothetical and you
No.
supported it
No, we asked
evidence.
you a very simple question.
Nope.
The water
and you
pipe
stated
is
an
reality.
answer,
You guys
and
are
then you
fucking
contradicted
crazy,
it.
man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Shut up.
The water pipe is reality. It's not a
Yes.
hypothetical. That's all we've got.
You're
We've
not
got
gonna,
reality.
wait. Your example's not a hypothetical.
No, the water
The
level is practically
water
used.
level. No. This establishes that. As a surveyor, you know that.
You're not coming up with a hypothetical situation.
Well, no more than you going up your total station and guessing what you're guessing.
But you could easily have a water level in between two people miles apart. No problem. Practically.
It's done. And that's how it's
Yeah.
done. It's not like we're imagining that it could be done. It is done. That's why we referenced it.
That's the thing I was going on about with my conversation earlier as well. You read it there, the bear. You can actually reference reality when we talk about these things, which should be done. And that's all we are doing, referencing reality to keep people on track, basically, because who wants to talk about fantasy?
Yeah. And I thought that was the whole point of this,
Same.
of this arena. I did. I thought people were searching for the truth. But increasingly, I don't see that. Increasingly, I see people trying to keep you in the box, one side or the other. Can't think critically outside the box and wonder about, well, how does that work? Even if you don't have the experience, even if you just have some naive questions or you don't get the words in the right place, just to kind of something from your inner logic, you think, well, that doesn't make sense,
All right,
how does that happen?
What if I was to concede and say, like, I didn't answer your questions completely to learn more about it? Would you be willing to answer any of my questions?
Well, the problem is my logic tells me you're not a surveyor. And that's the problem between us. I doubt anything you're going to tell me. Oh, there he's gone.
There's my GPS. There's me.
Fine.
There's my
So
thing. Look,
But you don't know what
surveying.
a water level is.
Okay, well, now that we've established the fact that I am a surveyor, right?
No. What we've established is you're sitting in a room with some equipment. Hasn't established anything. But what establishes it for me in my mind is that you don't know what a water level is, and you're a surveyor.
What room am I sitting in? What room
Well, I could
am I
take a
sitting
picture. If I was in the doctor's right now, I could tell you I was a doctor.
This is a video.
So?
What are you talking about?
You might just be the guy who pushes the wheelbarrow. Proves nothing. You know, you've got a beard. So what? All surveyors must have a beard? Is that your logic? You don't know what a water level is. That tells me there's something strange.
When did I say that?
You did
How
earlier.
many construction?
You said I don't know what.
How many construction sites do you go around where you see guys carrying around pipes of fucking water?
Probably not a lot, but you should know about it. You're a surveyor. You claim. And I don't believe you based on that. I don't care what you're showing me, how many videos. That's what's going on in my mind right now.
Great.
I do not believe you.
Okay, I'm not a surveyor. Okay, I'm not any of those things. Are you willing to answer any of my questions?
Just answer the water level question.
Okay, if I'm standing at one end and you're standing at the other, and we're at and the water's not coming out of the pipe, I'm assuming the hole's at the top of the pipe. Is that thing level? Yes. Okay. Yes, it's level.
They're horizontal, yeah, with each other, same elevation, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Which is what I assumed you'd have to do.
Right,
and the theodolite too. Could be wrong.
And I would say the longer that pipe is, the more curve there's going to be in between the 2 points. Even though the two ends are at the same elevation, there's curve in between the 2 points.
What difference does the curve make? The water we're measuring.
Okay. All right.
Water's the definition.
Great, granted. Okay.
Cool. But remember, you don't know anything about this either.
Right.
So I'm not going to just listen and agree to something you don't know about.
Okay.
Well, can I just ask a question, guys? How many straight lines do we need to make a curve?
Just one.
Yeah,
Radius.
just the radius.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that straight lines are curved, sir?
No.
Well, he's going to, and eventually.
Okay, so how many straight lines do we need before we get a curve?
One. Radius.
So you're saying straight lines are curved? That's false.
No. You want to do it again?
You're having a problem with logic, bro. You're struggling.
The straight line doesn't curve. You're right.
Right. Straight lines do not curve.
Okay, so how many straight lines do you need to make a curve?
One. A radius.
I'm still not getting it. He's extra slow, this guy.
Radius, dude. Radius. Okay? Radius. That's the straight line.
That's a straight line.
All right, let's try this again. Dude, are straight lines curved?
Absolutely not.
How many straight lines do you need to make a curve?
One. Yeah.
One.
There you go. 4 times out of 4, sir. You're an idiot.
Yeah. Great.
Oh, wow.
Maybe you just review yourself and question yourself about that, just to be sure.
Bro, how many circles do you need to make a square?
What?
How many circles do you need to make one square?
One.
How is that logically, how is that question logic before?
It's just a simple question. The correct answer is there is no amount of straight lines that will make a curve. There is no amount of circles that will make a square. It's a simple question.
You need a radius to make a circle.
You can trace
that's
the
actually
tangent.
incorrect, but for a different reason than you would think.
You can do the tangent on 4 points of the circle as long as they're exactly opposite of each other, and then you can get a square.
A circle is a 2-dimensional figure, enclosed by one line.
Yeah, I've made squares with circles. You just, you have a straight line, and then you make a vesica Pisces from that, and then you do your, perpendiculars and all that, and eventually
That's not
you
really
could.
a circle, is it?
Yeah,
You could
and
get a square out of that.
the diameter of the circle would be the length of the sides of the square. Basic geometry.
Yeah, I know, but for that, hold on, but for that you're using the straight lines in your head. You see, so that's not allowed.
Everything I use is in my head.
So how many circles without using your head do you need to make a square?
I always need to use my head to think.
I think what you're not getting, guys, is that you need a radius to describe a circle in the first place. That's the straight line that you need in order to describe a circle. See, a circle is a two-dimensional figure, while it's enclosed by one line, which is the circumference of it. So yes, you need a straight line to describe a circle. And the line that you actually describe is called the circumference, which is not a straight line. But it's wholly dependent on you having that radius in order for you to describe that circle in the first place.
Thanks.
I don't think you need a straight line to describe a circle, no. You need a number. That's kind of the point of describing things, right? Like
geometry, lines and points. There aren't any numbers.
Yeah, right. But like, yeah, there are actually. Do you not agree that 1 is a number? 1 is a number
in
used
geometry.
Very commonly in geometry.
In geometry.
Yeah, in geometry, correct. I'm
There's
just
no
asking if you
numbers
agree
in
that 1 is a
geometry,
number. Okay. Like, are we not on the same page with that part?
Euclidean
like, that
geometry, yeah, there aren't any numbers.
Yeah, with
It's
Euclidean
just pure
geometry,
logic.
you use numbers a lot, dude. Yeah, logic is like made up of numbers, dude. Logic is
no,
numbers.
it's not.
Okay.
Not at
Yeah,
all.
Logic is a subset of math.
Equivalency
Not
statements
at
are
all.
numbers. Lines
Mathematics
are numbers.
comes out of logic,
yes.
not the other way around.
Words are numbers. My mouth moving right now is numbers, dude. Yes, like logic is
It's
numbers.
funny.
Okay, bro. Yeah, like
I was watching a video last night of it was in Ukraine, right? And they were in a swimming pool, and these soldiers all came in and enforced all the guys, the young guys who were fighting age. They took them away and sent them to the front line. It's like, recruitment. Kind of feels like what's going on now.
What?
Yeah, sending people to the front lines, to fight the battle. The next level of sophistry to come along,
Honestly,
So-
that's just like on so many levels of disrespect that you're comparing a Discord server room to fucking a battlefield.
yeah.
That's disrespectful on so many different levels.
Yeah, well,
yeah, you know what flanking would be called? A red herring. That's what that would be called.
No, it's not. It was just a mind image of where people come from.
And it's a horribly stupid freaking analogy. Compare a Discord server to freaking a battlefield. Like, oh my
that's
god,
not such a bad comparison, is it?
It's a really bad comparison.
You don't think so?
Okay.
You don't think there's a battle going on about whose team you should be on?
No, I do not think there's a battle. I do not think I have flat earthers coming at me trying to shoot at me. Like, are you? That's so freaking stupid.
It's all right.
It's all right. And I think you're trying to appeal to emotions to derail the conversation.
They're only
a form of
worms.
concerned trolling. I think you should be gone.
They're only worms. Don't worry about it.
We were having a good conversation until you decided to get butthurt.
No, I was in the conversation.
I know.
We were talking about a water level with this guy, and now he wants to talk about something else because he doesn't know what a water level is. But he's a surveyor, and he wants me to believe he's a surveyor. But I know more than he does.
Surveyors don't use pipes and water levels. Nope, we don't do that.
You don't even know what I was talking about at all, whether you use it or not. You didn't even know what I was saying. I don't understand what you're saying. You mean it's not a tool? It's not a tool that surveyors would use?
I've never ever seen anyone use this tool that you're talking about. The only level that I've seen people use is when they're like hanging things on a wall, like an 8-foot level.
Hanging things on a wall at an 8-foot level.
And when you want to know what they do when they're building houses and building buildings, they use our benchmarks, and then they have a laser projection to freaking show that, to make sure that they're reaching the correct elevation for the, say, first floor.
You don't know what a water level is. When we were talking about it, you said, I don't understand what you're talking about. What's the water level, you said?
Yeah,
Well,
because
if he was just asking what water
I
level
don't know
was
the
in this case
tool
to
that
clarify
you're
what you were
referring
talking
to.
about.
I described it.
And then
I described
your
it.
water level,
definitions in
your
conversation
water
is pretty
level,
important, especially if
it's
your
a pipe.
whole
It's a
proposition
pipe.
makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a pipe. It's a tube of water in it.
Where do they sell these water levels that you're talking about? Where do they sell them?
Go Home Depot.
Oh,
from
you
there.
fucking gay! Holy shit, man!
Any builders
Where do they sell these things?
Just Google it. You can find one anywhere near you, wherever you are. Home Depot or your builders, suppliers. They're
So you're
available
talking about an
everywhere.
8-foot level. You're talking about an 8-foot level.
No. You can get 30, 40, 50, 100 meters.
No, I don't think so. Show me an example of this 100-foot, 100-meter level. Show me an example of it. Put it in
It's
the side
literally
chat.
just a hose. It's just a hose that you fill with water. No, seriously, dude. It's a tube or a hose. You could, connect them, and you can go as long as you want, and just fill it up.
Right.
That was cool, man. Well, great conversation, guys.
Hey, so you mentioned the 8-foot level. Now, would that establish a horizontal?
Yes, that could establish a horizontal. Yes.
Okay, so all perpendiculars to it would be vertical, right?
Yes.
Right. And all perpendiculars to a plane. What's the word that? What is that? Parallel, right?
Yeah.
All right.
And the funny thing is, when you try to do this on Earth over a long distance, they aren't parallel. Because the plumb lines aren't parallel to each other. Because they go towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, so you have tilty verticals?
Probably. Yeah, I'll move it.
You're not saying verticals tilt, are you?
Fuck, Ollie, mate, the Earth is a fucking triangle.
There you go, man. It's in the chat. It's a cheap one. Chinese.
Earth is a fucking triangle, mate, fundamentally.
No, it's good there. Oh, the truck right here?
You're not going to buy your water level now? The one I put in the chat?
What did you put in the chat?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, but it had a tracking code on, so I wanted to take it off. So taking it off and put it back. Hopefully I haven't taken too much off and you can reach it.
Yeah, nothing's showing up. Can't see what you're trying to show. Nothing's coming up.
Earth is a diamond.
Hey, Duncan, were you able to figure out what the sun is? You were asking a lot of people the other day.
Well, I mean, I was able to figure out that the sun gives off heat. I mean, you know that much.
Okay. All right. Well, what about in like the winter time?
Yeah, it still
like,
gives off heat.
Yeah, but it's fucking freezing outside, dude.
Still gives off heat. Like when you're not in the sun, when you're in the sun in the wintertime, it's warmer than when you're in the shade.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you disagree?
No, I agree.
Okay, so we know that the sun gives off heat, correct?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so when you're standing in the sunlight, it's warmer, and when you're not, it's colder. But we still don't know if the sunlight gives off heat.
Yeah, but why is it so cold for 3 fucking months?
And you mean in the north? I don't think it's colder in the equator.
Right.
Right. So what are you talking about?
What's your point?
Okay, so it seems that the coldness during the winter months is correlated with how far away you are from the equator, correct?
Okay, so it's distance then. It's not the sun. Distance
No,
from the equator.
no, not distance from the equator, not necessarily. I said the
All right.
further north or south you go from the equator, it just seems that those winter months come more into effect. Yes?
What do you mean come more into effect? No, yeah, the farther you are from the equator,
The more drastic the seasons changes, right?
right.
Okay. So, let's see. What can we figure out? Maybe like if we were to say like point a heat source like a thing, and then we have it the object tilted away at a certain angle where that heat source is spread over a further distance, then it wouldn't heat it up as much, right? Hello?
Yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, I don't think so because if you have a fire, it's not it's not the angle that you're at that determines how warm you'll be. It's how far you are from the fire, right?
I mean, yeah, when you're talking about a fire, yeah.
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 Sometimes it
Okay.
depends, though.
So, yes, like when you're talking about a fire, yes, it does matter. But it's interesting you bring this up because anytime someone brings up like the fire analogy or the oven analogy, and they say like, "Oh, well, like why is it that when you're further away from the sun, is it warmer than when you're closer to the sun?" And my reply is, well, in the southern hemisphere, you're closer to the sun in the summer and further away in the winter. So your analogy works for the southern hemisphere just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that's not it. What it is, it's the tilt of the Earth. That's what it is.
Tilt of the Earth. Wow.
Yeah. Yes. But do you accept that the sun gives off heat? Hello?
No,
Do you
it
accept-
creates heat.
Okay, but heat comes from the sun, yes?
Hell, yes.
I agree with you. Heat comes from the sun.
Okay.
Oh,
So
finally.
all right, so the sun is a physical object then, right? Hello? Is the sun a physical object?
No, it was. God, man. Like, do I need to answer all the questions? Like, great God.
I think the dude left or something. I don't know. But I could answer your question. I don't know if the sun's. I mean, it might be a physical object. Probably.
Well,
Like,
does it give off heat?
if it has mass and stuff, I guess you could say it's a physical object.
Okay, and it gives off heat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Glad we got the basics. So, is this sun inside the container of Earth, or is it in space?
I think it's inside the container because I don't think it's in space. Because think about it. Like, if it was in space, like, and it was as big as they say, like, how would eclipses work? Because it would be just too big that we would definitely see the sunlight, and the moon would only cover a small spot on the Earth.
Well, let me ask you something, because I can help you answer this. Like, if you have a volleyball in your hand, you would agree that the volleyball is smaller than the moon, right? Or the sun? Okay, but can you hold the volleyball? Can you hold the volleyball close enough to your face where it blocks out the sun and the moon?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, that's how eclipses work. You have a smaller object closer to you than the bigger object, and it blocks out the bigger object.
But the sun would have to be far away enough.
Exactly. Yes, it would. Yep. It would have to be far enough.
That far away enough for it to do that.
I understand you don't think that, but it would work, correct?
Of course, if it was far away enough.
Okay. All right, so that's how that works. All right, so you think the sun is inside the Earth's container, right?
Yeah, I consider it a possibility.
Okay. So, like, you imagine, like, the sun being like a spotlight that only illuminates part of the Earth at a certain part of the time, right? And it moves around the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have, like, an approximate range of this sunlight?
What do you mean? Like measurements
and
stuff?
Yeah, like, I mean, like, if I can see this, like, if I can see the sun, then how far away from me would you have to be to not see the sun? Like, there has to be a range because we know people on Earth can see the sun at some times and other people on Earth can't, right? So there has to be a range of the sun if the Earth is flat, right?
I'm not sure, but I could try to look it up and see.
Because this is like gonna be my follow-up question. We know that parts of the Earth can see the sun for 24 hours a day during certain times of the season.
Yeah, they can.
Okay. So anyone else that can see the sun during that certain time of the season would have to be a certain distance from that point. Because if they can see the sun and the sun is over that location 24 hours a day, then they would have to be within a certain distance of that location.
Yeah, there had to be like somewhere close to the middle.
Okay. So the fact that people again, I gotta move my car again.
Must be a quiet day for surveying, eh? Not much work on.
Fucking keep needing me to move my truck. I'm in the city and the parking's a bitch. Yeah, he told me to park there. He told me to park there.
Telling me you're a surveyor, you're an official person. Show him your badge.
There isn't a badge.
Did you check out the tool?
I told you the tool didn't show up when I clicked on it.
No, I've dropped a picture in there. Have a look.
Hang on, I'm working. Are you talking about the cartoon?
What do you mean, cartoon? There's a product there. What?
Yo! I figured it out. Well, the Earth could be flat, could be round. Who knows?
You know what that's used for? Did you actually click on the product to see what it's used for?
What are you talking about?
That product, that 100-meter water level. Did you see what it's used
Yeah,
for?
it's a water
What's it
level,
used
yeah.
for? Is it used for
It's used
horizontal?
for measuring. It's just a tube. I could have given.
What's it used for? What's it used for? What's it? Do you know what it's used for?
Elevation of
You're
water
breaking up.
level. Yes.
What is it used for?
For measuring water level.
It's used for measuring water depths. Depths. That's what it's used for. No horizontals.
Yeah,
it's used to measure
just a
horizontal
tube.
depth.
Just a tube.
Yeah.
So sea
it's
level doesn't exist.
It's not used for horizontals.
So sea level doesn't exist. You can't in a globe model.
Just a 100-meter tube. That's it.
And what's it used for?
Could have put a garden hose, but you'd have thought that was even more incredulous.
What is it used for?
It's 100. It's where I'm where I am, and we stretch it out to you, and then we measure the water level.
Wrong.
We establish this.
It's used for depth. It's used to figure out the depth of water. That's what it's used for. How deep the water is. Used for wells. Used for wells, and not for horizontal.
Yeah. It's just
not
a hose.
used for.
It's just a water pipe.
It's not used for horizontal.
Just a water pipe.
Not used for horizontal.
Just a water pipe.
Not used for horizontal.
You can use it for horizontal.
No, you can't.
you
That's
can.
not the purpose. That's not the purpose of the tool. That is not the purpose of the tool.
So a garden hose. Well, I'll send you a picture of a garden hose. Then change
That's
it
not
to
a
that.
part.
It's
That's
a hose.
Oh man, that's just like
You think you
such a
won
fail.
You think you won something because you're just saying a hose does many things.
You brought up like, oh, this 100-meter water level thing, thinking that it's used for horizontals, and it's not used for that at all.
Yeah, water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. That's what it's for, yes.
No, it's used to determine the depth of water in wells. It's
Bullshit.
used for
You know
wells.
what?
Bullshit.
I think you're just a storeman. I just think you're the guy who loads the lorries, and you're in the store there, and the guys come round and they keep telling you to move your truck, and you're pissed off, and you just load them up. You took a few
I'll tell you
pictures
what,
of some
I'll
theodolites,
post
and
it
you're
in
in a shed, and you're trying to claim you're a surveyor who doesn't know what a water level is.
Pictures.
That's
What are you talking about? Pictures?
That's the reality.
It was a video.
That's the reality we exist in today.
It was a live video.
That's the reality we exist in today.
There you go. It
It sounds more correct to be used for depth, but how can you use it for depth if it isn't flat and it's curved? That doesn't make any sense.
It's just for measuring, if you used it in a well, you would just measure how far up the pipe the water is in order to know how the depth of the water. You could equally stretch it 100 meters between us and measure the water level between us and establish a horizontal. Every surveyor knows that. Every surveyor would know that. Every surveyor would know that. Well, it's not the purpose of a garden hose either, but it would do the same job.
Right.
If I'd sent a picture of a 500-meter garden hose, you'd have argued it's just for watering the plants.
Yeah. That's what these engineers and building contractors are using. They're taking out the garden hose to determine the level. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, but you'd never even heard of it, so that's the reality of the truth we're living with right now.
Because it's not used for what you claimed. That's why I'd never heard of it. I'm not in the well business. Sorry, I've never heard of it.
No, it's not about it's not about wells. You're just trying to find an out for your ignorance.
It's okay. All normal people know that water levels are used to establish horizontal planes of reference. It's okay if one weird guy on the internet doesn't think so. It's okay. Go ahead, Darth. Tell us about how, they don't do what they say they do. Go ahead. This is being live streamed.
Well, I posted the usage of the device in the side chat, so anyone can read it.
So did I.
And what's it used for?
It's used for establishing horizontal planes of reference. And also, Sarogaki did too.
I'm sorry, where do you see this horizontal? I'm sorry, where are you getting this?
It's fucking Wikipedia, dude. Water level.
So, Duncan.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what do you think the Earth is?
I think it's a sphere.
Okay. So, how do you explain when the Earth spins? Like it spins at 1,000 miles per hour, right? So, if it's spinning that fast, then why don't we feel it?
Okay, Okay, so how fast does it spin around one circle, and how long does it take for it to complete one revolution?
Is this where you tell us that it takes a day to revolve upon its axis, and the day is a long period of time, so we shouldn't be able to experience it because it takes a day to do it? Is that what you're going to say?
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. 1,000 miles an hour is quite fast, isn't it?
Right.
is really fast. Like
Yeah.
I've went
Is
over 100 in my car.
Cool.
Yeah, 1,000 miles
is 24,000 miles a long way?
Yeah, when you set your cruise control in your car at 70 miles per
Two
hour, does
questions.
it feel like you're
Just,
moving 70 miles per hour?
just two questions. Is 1,000
Yeah,
miles an hour fast?
I can feel the wind.
No, all right then. Talk amongst yourselves, guys. No worries.
No, you're in a sealed. The car's sealed. There's no wind turbulence that you're feeling.
I can still hear it though.
You hear it?
But how do you?
Is that what you said? You hear it? So you don't feel it? You
Well,
just hear it?
I feel the car that's feeling, as it's going on the way, as it's going at speed.
Is going in a straight path the same as spinning on an axis?
No.
Oh, cool. As long as somebody was going to answer.
Right,
Yeah,
but speed is irrelevant. But speed is irrelevant.
Speed is irrelevant. Acceleration
Yeah.
and deceleration would be relevant, though, wouldn't they?
Yes, it would.
So, on a axis that we're spinning around, that's
Right.
acceleration, circular motion.
Yeah,
Also,
and that's where you
also,
get rotation. That's where you get rotational speed from. Now
yeah,
you want. Okay, so what's the rotational speed?
1,000 miles an hour, or 1 day to complete 24,000 approximate miles.
Okay, so if you were going on a merry-go-round and it took 24 hours to go around that circle, how would you feel? Like you're moving?
It depends. What's the
What does it
circumference of
depend on?
that circle? Excuse me. It depends on the circumference of that fucking circle, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
If it does, it's
No, it
still going
doesn't.
to take. Hold on, can I finish the sentence without you splurging all the way through it? You
Well, you
think?
keep saying it does, and it doesn't.
Well, let me explain to you how. Because I could have 5 roundabouts of incremental circumference changes, one
Right.
being 24,000 miles, and it will take a day to complete. I'm traveling at 1,000 miles an hour along that circumference, where if I was to have a roundabout of half the circumference, half that distance, 12,000 miles, but still took a day to complete it, I'd be traveling slower over a shorter path, wouldn't I? So when you say it takes an hour on a fucking roundabout, you won't feel it because it's a roundabout and roundabouts are small. Yeah, but if you've got a radius, the same radius of the Earth, and a circumference, the same circumference of the Earth, you're going to be going at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Complete it in 1 day.
Right.
Because 24,000 miles is a long distance, isn't it?
Right, but we just said speed is irrelevant because it doesn't matter how
No, we
fast
didn't.
you are in a car.
No, we
It
didn't.
doesn't feel like
No,
you're
we
moving
didn't.
if you're
No,
if you're
you
going
said
at that
that.
constant
Sorry, there was
speed.
no way.
How fast
There was
do you
no
need to go to
fucking
feel
way.
like you're moving
You're not
fast?
talking. Don't get why you're talking now. That's weird. There was no we in that. Speed is definitely relevant, but I was pointed out that linear speed isn't the same as circular motion.
Right. When you talk about circular, the more important thing is rotational speed.
Mm-hmm. Is it 1,000 miles an hour just around the equator? Would you reduce in speed the further you got away from the equator, or increase in speed the closer you got to the equator? Would
If
that
you
be
want to match, if you want to watch,
excuse me, you haven't quite fucking finished. Would that be acceleration and deacceleration moving away or towards the equator? It would, wouldn't it?
yes, as you go, if you have a further radius, you would have to go faster to keep up the 24-hour per day cycle.
You don't quite understand what I'm saying. So if you move north or south away from the equator, you reduce in speed, don't you?
No, you
Don't
increase.
No, it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. If I move north or south away from the equator, it's a reduction in speed.
Correct.
Thank you. So that's acceleration and deacceleration, depending on my motion across the
Yeah.
Earth.
What's the rate? What's the rate?
Depends on how fast I'm moving across the Earth.
Yeah. What's the change? What's the rate of change?
It's quite obvious, isn't it?
Well, if it's quite obviously, just tell me.
Well, it depends on how fast I'm traveling. doesn't it? If I'm walking in a car or in an aeroplane, I'm traveling north away from the equator at 500 miles an hour. So after an hour, I've traveled 500 miles north. How much do you think the rotation of the circumference has changed?
I honestly don't know, but you just said it's obvious. You just said it's obvious, so why don't you tell me?
Has it or hasn't it?
I just said it has.
This is your fucking model, by the way. So I'm just pointing out. Good. So I'm just pointing out about 3 ways where your analogy isn't quite correct. Fucking going in a car isn't the same as rotating on an axis or moving away from that circumference of most value.
Yeah, but what the fuck are you talking about? You just said you would feel it going 1,000 miles per hour, but
no, I didn't say you would feel it. No, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say you would feel it. I asked you a question: is 1,000 miles an hour fast? I haven't brought anything up about feeling it until we started bringing in acceleration and deacceleration and changing speed. Obviously,
1,000 miles per hour is fast to me because I'm a human.
That's wonderful.
So it's relatively fast to me, yes.
Good. Faster than the speed of sound.
Is it faster than the speed of sound? Yeah, I think the speed of sound is like, 700 miles per hour, something like that?
Yes, 750, something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just don't like it when people try to come in and say, well, it only takes a day for the Earth to rotate on its axis, and how if you got into a roundabout and it took you a day to rotate on it, would you fucking feel it? It's not analogous to the situation, mate. Your roundabout needs to be the same circumference as the Earth.
Okay, so if the roundabout was the same circumference as the Earth and it took you a day to go around it, would you feel it?
What, going at 1,000 miles an hour in a curved path? Yeah.
The size of the Earth?
Yeah. In a curved path at 1,000 miles an hour.
All right, so why don't you come up with a racetrack that's the size of the Earth, and then you can prove it?
You know that I can't do that, so you can get that smug little fucking grid off your face.
Okay.
Right,
so now why don't you just bring the scale down? Why don't you bring the scale down and just make a circle and still just take it the whole day to travel around the circle and tell me if you feel it. Just scale it down.
Well, that would be like scaling speed down, wouldn't it? Of course, you're not going to feel it.
Yeah, you're going about this the wrong direction. You're asking him about like the practical experiments of it, which you can't really do because you can't mimic the Earth. You can't like, make another planet.
You can mimic.
You can't make another planet.
You can mimic the 1 day around the cycle. You can mimic that.
Okay, what I mean is you're going about it the wrong direction. Instead, you could say, assuming obviously, because most flat earthers I've met don't believe in gravity and all that stuff, so obviously that's not going to help. But if you're going to debate the Earth spinning, if the Earth is spinning and gravity and momentum are both existing forces, would we be able to feel it? No, because of gravity and momentum. But then, of course, it comes to denying one of those two or both of those two exist, and then that argument is gone, so there's no point talking about it. Otherwise, you're just stuck where you are, where you're just repeating random things. Every time I come into this chat, something crazy is happening. But then Nish, how's everybody's day?
Not too bad.
It's pretty good. What's going on inside chat? There's a lot of things being sent in.
This might be like a crapshoot of an idea, but how do flat earthers account for the fact that there's 2 islands, one owned by the U.S., one by Russia, that are only like a few miles apart, and yet they're a day apart?
Oh, you mean like how you in some cases not only can you observe the Russian line from the well, when the ice sheet was formed, I don't know if it still forms as well anymore. I haven't been reading up on it. But that thing as well as the
No,
fact that we're that close.
not the land bridge. I'm just saying the fact that like there's
Oh.
2 islands. One's off the coast of Alaska, one's off the coast of Russia. They're only a few miles apart. And yet when like for the Americas it's the day before and for the Russians it's the next day.
I don't know how they equate for that because there is different models of the flat Earth. There's some that are more of like a there's some that are more like a discus with the North Pole in the center. There's others that have more of like the donut shape. There's loads of different models of the flat Earth. So some of them equate for
No,
that.
there's only one international dateline. International dateline is your problem.
Yeah. And it's in between Russia and America. And these islands are a few miles apart. And when the sun's rising for the American island, say for example, today's the 12th, right?
Yeah.
Or no, today's the 11th. So if the sun's rising for the American island right now in that area, it's the 11th. And for that Russian island, only a few miles apart, it's the 12th. How does that work on a flat Earth?
This is the international dateline. It's the same conceptualization as it is on a ball Earth. The separation between one day and another day. Now that line isn't completely straight on a globe Earth or a flat Earth, or in actuality, that imaginary line isn't straight, as we've just pointed out, and there's many varieties along that line. You'll get almost time traveling situations. Obviously not, but it's just the international dateline.
Okay, but how does that work on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? How does it work on a flat Earth?
How does it work?
It's the same.
Can you show me like?
Oh my fucking god!
Can you show me like the time zones on the flat Earth?
Pardon?
Okay, so I'm gonna help you guys come to an actualization. Fundamentally, that time thing can just exist without the flat Earth.
About somebody interrupting me, especially this posh prick. How about I answer the question instead of you speaking?
How about you guys stop roundabouting and just stop sucking each other off and just come up with a fundamental answer?
Answer the question, you posh idiot. How about that?
I don't know. You need to. I feel like you're very emotionally connected to this. I feel like you need to calm down. You need to, your estrogen's showing right now, my good sir. You need to calm your titties.
I think that when somebody asks a question, somebody should be allowed to answer. Should be allowed to answer the question without you
guys
jumping
answer it so fucking roundabout. Like you guys just suck each other off. Just straightforward answer. Like it works on a flat Earth because it's a number. Like it's a numerical value applied to a time. It can fundamentally function.
Excuse me. I did answer it.
No, don't excuse you. You guys are so roundabout. It's stupid. You're both insecure as shit. I'm sick of hearing it.
Idiot. You're just an idiot.
No, I'm really not.
What was my
answer? Both of your arguments.
What was my answer?
I already gave your answer. Why are you asking me what your answer is when you barely constructed it yourself? You were like...
Yeah, you can shut up. So the answer that I gave you, Deed, was it's the same fucking line on your model. Now, you asked me a bunch of other questions that I tried to answer, but you kept asking other questions all the way through. Then fucking Princess here decided to come in and start advocating for flat earthers in some best way that we could probably reach an agreement, which was fucking bullshit. So ask your questions again.
All right, so you're saying it's the same line in your model, right?
It's the same line, yeah.
In your model?
Yeah, if you want. Model, whatever. If you want to talk about model or conceptualizations for a flat earth.
Can you show it to me? Can you show me the model? I can
give you several models to do with time zones, for example. One will be on a globe, one will be on a square Mercator, and one will be on a circular AE projection. There you go. I can give you 3 models if you want.
Yeah, show me it.
Okay, do you know what a square Mercator is? Universe transverse Mercator?
I know what a Mercator map is. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same thing I'm talking about. Usually the rectangular map that you find on walls.
Right.
Yeah, so that one, your so-called time zones go down latitude lines. Sorry, longitude lines.
Okay, I
And
would say with
obviously with an
Mercator,
AE projection, then you have those longitudinal lines coming out like spokes on a wheel from the north. Down the middle of the Atlantic, where you've got your international date line, well, that's where you get the edge of the map on the square Mercator, or the same fucking line down on the circle map.
so I have no problem with the timelines going down the globe because they eventually meet at each pole. On the Mercator map, they don't quite do the same thing, but they do bulge in the middle of it. And on the Mercator map, it also says that the
bulges in
distances
there?
that the scale is off. So I kind of want to see it on that other projection that you were talking about, the third one. If you can post that on the side chat, how the timelines work on that third option.
Yeah, sure. Give me 2 minutes.
Sure. I mean, that's like a 20-minute video. Can you just post the picture of?
I'm trying to find one,
time?
dude. I prefer giving better answers than I can. So what I've done is I've given you 2 videos. One's about maps, one's about time zones. So if you want me to go and get you a little pretty picture, I'm trying to find you one now. But stick those into your watch list. Yeah, no worries. Do you want flight charts as well, or just time zones?
I want to see the time zones on flat Earth projection. Because if you look at a Mercator map, you know, like America will be on one side and Russia will be on the other, but we know that America is a lot closer to Russia than having to go all the way across.
Yeah.
The whole map. So, like, the only way the Mercator map works is if you were to make it like a circle where Russia and America meet.
No shit.
So, if the Earth is spinning, then why don't we see the planets move relatively fast?
What are you mumbling about?
I'm saying if the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles, why don't we see the clouds moving relatively fast? Because they don't touch the Earth. And technically, they wouldn't be moving relatively fast. We would just be moving, just spinning fast. So, wouldn't the clouds look like they're moving really fast? But they actually just move like 5 to 10 miles per hour, I would say. Like relatively slow.
There you go. I found you one crappy image.
And that's accurate?
You wanted a conceptualization.
Is it accurate?
Like I said, it was the best I could do. You probably have to watch the 2 videos. Considering longitude and latitude lines and equators and all of that type of stuff aren't actually on the floor, they're in the sky. You tell me what is accurate when we're projecting the sky onto the floor, and how we're going to learn anything from that with regards to the floor being curved or flat. You want a conceptualization? There it is.
Okay, but I'm not seeing how there's the whole day apart between America and Russia on here. I'm not seeing that.
We talked about a whole day apart.
Yeah, the two islands are a day apart.
Yeah, but not because of the sun. You want me to go get you an actual line of the international date line? What you want me to fucking spoon feed you now? I've just told you it's the same line in the same area that you have on your globe between those two islands on the Bering Straits. It's the same date line. Now, if you want to watch the video at your earliest possible convenience about time zones, it goes into it a shitload more there. time zones are also political and not run by the sun. You also might want to Google the equation of time with regards to how accurate our clocks are as to with regards to where the fucking sun is. There's a difference. Clocks don't accurately depict where sun is.
It looks on here that Australia is what, only 8 hours apart from New York?
8 hours apart. Yeah. How many time zones has Australia got?
From New York, I think it's like 18 hours.
Okay, that's great. How many time zones has Australia got?
I think they have 2, maybe 3.
2.5.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird, isn't
Okay.
it? Half an hour time zone.
Yeah.
How many time zones has China
But
got?
on this map that you're showing, it looks like Australia is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only 9 hours apart from New York.
Okay, so it's not that fucking accurate then. Do you want me to go and give it another one, or do you want to watch the video that I sent you?
I mean, yeah, no, like if you can show me an accurate one, I would appreciate it.
I'll go and fucking find you another one.
Yeah, because I think we agree that Australia is not 9 hours apart away from New York.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
So do we have any evidence that Earth's a spinning ball yet?
Loads of it.
Oh, what's that?
The cycles of the sun, the cycles of the stars, gravity.
No, I'm talking about the Earth being a spinning ball, not the sun, moon, or the stars.
No, those are used to prove the surface of the globe.
Used? What do you mean?
Yeah. They're used.
What do you mean they're
prove
used? How are
the
they
shape of the
used?
globe. Like the observations of where they are compared to where people are on the Earth.
So the observations of the sun, moon, and stars will tell us about what we observe of the sun, moon, and stars, but we're talking about the Earth, the ground, not the lights in the sky. Is that it? You folk are just looking at the sun, moon, and stars and saying that this means the ground is a ball that spins?
Hang on, I'm looking at this new map now. Okay, so we have that. And now New York.
Now, you should probably have noticed this straight away, right? Because there aren't 24 evenly distributed time zones across the face of the Earth. For example, north of the equator and south of the equator, there are a different amount of time zones. If you knew what you're asking for, you should have noticed that straight away, right? Because that's obviously not how time zones work. You didn't know there's a different number of time zones north and south of the equator? Or did you know that?
So this looks like...
Okay, talk to myself, no worries.
So Australia and New York are now 12 hours apart?
Did you listen to what I said?
I'm just looking at this picture that you
Yeah,
posted
did
of the
you
time
listen to
zones.
what I said? It would have been easier if you just said no, I didn't, or yes, I did. So, did
I
you listen?
told you I was looking at. I told you I was looking
Right,
at the
then, so I
picture.
won't bother talking to you then. I'll shut up if you're too busy.
I was looking at the picture you presented. Doesn't seem to add up. Not
I'll
that
be
accurate.
quiet. We're looking at the pretty picture.
All right, go ahead. Ask your question.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm done looking at the picture.
Okay, cool. Did you know there are more and less time zones north and south of the equator? Did you know that?
More or less time zones,
Did you
north or
know
south?
that let me ask you this way. Did you know there are not the same amount of time zones north and south of the equator? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, interesting, isn't it? Because the way that we
That's
think that,
with the military time zone. That's true.
oh, God's sake. It's like trying to have a conversation with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, like the
No, yeah.
UTC time zone. Are there?
Yeah.
There.
So not
There's.
the UTC one, not military, but the ones that, our plebs use. Like, for example, the one where I pointed out there's half an hour in the middle of Australia. There's 2.5 time zones in Australia. China covers, I think it's 5 longitude lines. So it should cover 5 time zones, but China has exactly the same time all the way across it. I think because Kyrgyzstan and a couple of these other Central Asian states as well have cover huge land masses, but have only one period of time for like 4 or 5 time zones. So because of this discrepancy, we've got a difference in the amount of time zones north and south of the equator. But shit, if you were asking about the international date line earlier, that international date line is still within this conceptualization. Bloody fine, excuse me.
Okay, but the UTC has an equal amount north and south of the equator, right?
No, of course, yeah, because that's basically derived by longitude lines, isn't it?
Okay.
And it's basically just a longitude lines that separate where
The Earth is not spinning.
Yo, Nostalgia, if you're there, look at this nigga Nord Earther's profile. The fuck?
So did you figure out what the sun was yet, Duncan?
Like I said, I know it warms things up.
All right.
I have a couple theories. I'm no expert, but I mean, you want to go into this?
Are these your theories or stuff someone else said?
No, they're just stuff I'm saying right now.
Okay, so what did you figure out all by
All right.
yourself?
All right. So, if gravity is real,
Okay, what is that? Vertical?
no gravity.
What?
What's gravity?
No, it's just a vertical line, right?
No, gravity is not a vertical line.
Oh. So,
Gravity is a vertical line to you?
well, yeah, when I drop something, it goes vertically down, right? If I hang a plumb line, that's
Okay,
because
but
of gravity, right?
gravity itself is not a vertical line.
Well, I say it is.
Okay, so then I guess we can't really get past my first talking point then.
Okay. It's a bummer.
All right. Well, I mean, if you want to try again, if gravity, as I say, as what I think it is, where masses attract mass, if that's a thing, then you can have atoms or molecules of hydrogen in space, and if there's enough of them, they'll be pulled towards each other, and as the mass condenses, it'll form the shape of a sphere, and the pressure at the center of it will create nuclear fusion. As this process happens, heat gets forced out of it as a result.
Wow. That is awesome.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm glad
All
it
right.
works this way, otherwise we wouldn't be here.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, is your sun kind of exploding?
No.
Well, there is an eccentric force, right? Like it's like pushing things away from it, or it's like energy is coming out from it, right?
Yes.
All right. Does this sun have any gravity of its own? Like, does it pull things towards it?
Yes.
So it's pulling and pushing at the same time.
Yeah.
Wow. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's what
I mean, do you want a very basic example of pushing and pulling at the same time?
I just stick with the vertical line, right? Like that's all I can prove.
All right, but do you want a very basic example of how something can be pushed and pulled at the same time?
Well, like think of like a bomb, right? Like the bomb explodes and it pushes things away from it.
I mean, if you're just going to completely ignore everything I say.
I never saw a bomb pull something towards it. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds like you're talking to yourself because you're just ignoring everything I'm saying.
Especially like a nuclear bomb. That would be, like
Have
a
a nice
nuclear bomb
conversation
in
by
a
yourself.
vacuum.
Glad you're having a conversation by yourself.
No, it's just, I would prefer to talk about reality instead of, what you think the sun is.
Yeah. And I'm trying to say, do you want a very simple example of something being pushed and pulled at the same exact time?
Go ahead.
You ever played Tug of War?
Tug of War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you have two people on each end of the rope pulling at it towards their direction, the rope is being pulled in two different directions. Whichever side is pulling at it at a greater force, that's the side that the rope goes to. So you can have two opposite forces, and whichever one's greater is the direction that the object moves.
Yeah, but you said that the sun's doing both at the same time. You're not
Right.
pushing anything in Tug of War, are you?
My point is you can have two opposite forces, and whichever one's greater is the direction that the rope goes. So
Yeah, but
when
you
you're
said
talking about things leaving the sun, and yet the sun has a gravitational force that pulls things towards it, if there's a force that is greater than the gravitational force, it can go the opposite way of the gravitational force.
But you said the sun's doing both at the same time.
Yeah, Duncan, that's just dishonest. Your entire premise was, do you want to know something that's pushed and pulled at the same time? And then you named a thing that's being pulled from two ends.
I was trying to
That's
show
not what
that
you said. That's not an example of what you were claiming.
The example is two forces in the opposite direction being applied at the same time, and the
So
way
not a
the
thing being
object
pushed and pulled at the same time.
and two forces being applied to the rope at the same time in opposite direction, and the greater one is the way the rope goes. So now you have a force that's pushing light away from the sun, the heat away from the sun, and that force that's going away from the sun is greater than the gravitational force of the sun. Therefore, even though the sun does have a gravitational force, if that force isn't greater than whatever force is being led away from the sun, that's how it can go away from the sun.
It just sounds like nonsense to me.
That's all right. That's okay. I say that
it sounds like nonsense.
I say that like space just pushes down vertically. That's my wacky thought. What do you think about that?
I think it's wacky.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, you agree. I mean, you said it's wacky.
Yeah, I just pulled it right out of my ass.
Yep, sounds about right.
I mean, I could prove that it's vertical, but the whole space pushing down, yeah, that sounds like nonsense, right?
Space pushing things down? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is kind of just nonsense.
Yeah, that is complete horse crap, isn't it?
Sounds like it to me.
Yeah. All right. Is your sun like a gas ball? Like made out of gas? You said hydrogen, right? Oh, he's probably busy. Probably busy surveying, right? Crit's in the house. Turn up's in the house. Hey, fuck you, turn up.
Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you, Crit. Sorry, fuck you, Jerry.
Yeah.
I couldn't place the voice. I had to go and look for it. Fuck you, Bloods.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's me.
And fuck you, Saragaki. And I am done.
Fuck you, Turner.
Ready to pair.
Where you at, Duncan?
What are you saying?
No, there's this guy, Duncan Darth. He says he's a surveyor, and one thing that he has said is that the measuring rod doesn't need to be perpendicular to your sight line. It's weird.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's done this himself.
He said that he's been a surveyor for 6 years.
Oh, 6 years. But that's still a short term, what do you think? I mean, I did concrete for 6 years. I mean, I'm a master in concrete.
But
I rest my case.
Well, I'm sure on the first day you were taught that you need to mix the water with the dry concrete, and that's how you could mold it, and then it'll set. I'm sure on the first day every surveyor is taught that the measuring rod must be perpendicular to the sight line, but this guy says nah. But he just left, so.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah, he just left. So.
Ah, shit. All right. Well, fuck. Missed out our chance, I guess.
Yeah, he's been here every morning for the last few days.
Well, maybe he's going back to the drawing board.
Well, yeah, he's thrown everything at us. So, yeah, he's going to have to go back.
Oh, boy, it's going to fucking piss down today. All right, well, I just wanted to come in here and see what the fuck was going on, and somebody called me out, so I had to say fuck you, and I had to give my greetings, so.
Yeah, the big egos aren't here.
Yeah.
Just yet. So, yeah. You
Well,
got
it's
a
still
shot.
early.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, fuck you.
Fuck you.
Oh, I missed the end of that, huh?
Yeah, it was good. Should have been here.
Bummer.
Just a bit late.
I heard.
Did you stop talking or did you cut out?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I heard I heard part of it. I had logged in and I heard you guys talking about like a tug of war, the push and the pull. The sun is this, and the sun does that, and then you're like, well, somehow gravity is just a down, one downward, direction, and that's just a line, a horizontal line. And then he's like, well, I guess we're done then. If you can't accept my, presupposition of a giant exploding ball of gas in a vacuum of space, and then tug of war was an example of a push and a pull.
Yeah. But how's the sun doing both at the same time? I don't know.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
And then he asked me why. What do you think gravity is? And I said, well, I think space pushes us down, like vertically. And he said, that sounds nuts. And I was like, yeah, it sounds like complete horseshit, doesn't it? And he said, yeah. I was like, and I said, you know what? I agree.
Did you drop the clip on the Chukaku? We lied to you. Oh.
No, that was the best part. He had no idea.
See, a lot of these guys don't know anything about heliocentric.
Yeah, I know.
It's one of those days. Today's one of those days where there's so much good news. I'm not even sure which one to post.
You got to go with the most provocative one. Most controversial.
Is when the astronaut finds tomato that was lost in space for 8 months.
Wow. Wouldn't it like explode or something because of the gas pressure and all? There's nothing up there. And supposed to, like water would like boil.
Yeah, I guess lost on the ISS maybe.
Tomato.
Yeah, I was thinking Attack of the Killer Tomatoes gif.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This one, our universe has extreme stars that will sometimes glitch, and we may now know why.
Glitch. What does that mean?
Space junk collides with other space junk that causes noise that can be heard from Earth.
Wow, that is big news. What? I mean, couldn't you say that about any unexplained sound? Like, oh, what was that?
Space.
Space junk.
Dark force theory can now solve the two biggest open cosmic universe questions, mysteries.
Dark force. What is that?
Fanboys melt down after Ralph Nader crashes Cybertruck.
What was that one?
Fanboys upset. Fanboys melt down after Ralph Nader, co-founded car safety group, crashes Cybertruck. The biggest news though is that Penn State principal or whatever her role is, like the head person at Penn State. So now she said some anti-Semitic things, and then now right wingers are talking about, look how anti-Semitic they are.
Yeah. Hello?
What up?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not even sure. My teeth are fucked.
You live in England?
Explain that on a globe.
Yeah, look at my profile picture. It looks flat, but it also has a circle going around it.
Explain bad teeth on a globe.
It also says you're a femboy.
Truly, my teeth are okay. Let's avoid that. But my teeth are not as bad as British people right now. I will say, I don't even know how they get their teeth that bad. So I do not have a London look. My teeth aren't really that bad looking. They're like a little bit yellow, but like they're not that bad. I think they're worse than they are. The fuck is messaging me? 8 o'clock? Maybe I gotta fucking take a shower and turn my camera on for these people. These people. The people. Bro, I'm sorry, but if you don't have any friends that have a Sam's Club card that you can borrow, like, you're missing out. That's a lot of money you could be saving.
See, the first question you should always ask yourself when you start like saying things out loud is who asked?
The voices.
And who cares?
The voices. This is the amount of hydrochloride that I'm filling my body with at 8:07 a.m. You guys like hydrochloride? That's that shit Hitler was on. See, I got a rise out of you guys. And I didn't ask. I'm telling you, bro, that shit has mind control properties. I'm telling you, man, I swear that shit. I swear that shit. You give a schizophrenic a fucking shitload of hydrochloride, they will become the next Hitler. Oh, fucking Canelo.
Why did you pick this channel to come in and start spazzing out? Like, why not one of the dozens of other ones?
Because everybody's muted. I thought it'd be good to breathe some life into this soulless. The fuck is Skinwalker? Oh, it's Skywalker. Damn it.
There's some weirdos on Discord, isn't there?
Weirdos
like
everywhere.
wouldn't believe. Yeah,
It's unbelievable, and the other rooms are just full of people like that. Jesus Christ!